Mom, are you ready to be his friend?
Yes.
Try not to be that high up to be friends. I want everything to be low, okay?
Okay.
Just try your best. I don't want you and my dad to be replaced and mean again. I want you and my dad to be placed and settled and be friends. I'm not trying to be mean. I just want everyone to be friends.
Good news. We can finally be bees. This isn't your world, but we can be bees. This is good news. You can be a bee. You'll live like a bee. A pet.
A pet?
A pet. Mark, this is good news. You'll live for 30 years.
This is insane!
Hello, hello. Greetings. What is this? There's a question and answer? I don't know what I did in chat. Okay, we'll find out. We'll find out. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. How's it going, everyone? A sticky to message looks like. A sticky to message. And then I think I can like view the questions that are asked. I feel like this is for people who have too big of a, they don't have a manageable rate of people asking questions. So if you have a question, just ask it, I guess. We don't need a system for this. What are we? Okay. Welcome back to Death Stranding. We're continuing after the mega stream last week. Question sent. I already closed it. Don't know. Is this still... No, I can't access the questions anymore. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. It went away. Did you see me? I did not see your question. I literally deleted it, I think, just as you put it in. So I hope... It's now... It's... as we say, like, any lost message is a prayer to God, you know? And your prayer has been accepted. I think next we're just grabbing more and more spots to take. Last time we died. Yeah, honeypotted your question. I think what we need to do is we're gonna climb the mountain, hit another spot. I think that's the plan for this next time around. We have a coffin board and a bunch of stuff, so I think we're gonna do that. There's some VOG warning, but I think we're pretty chill for the most part. It's just climbing a mountain. I'll throw this onto the off-roader. And we'll get some stuff and we'll get moving. Grab a ladder and climbing anchor too. Okay.
Order accepted. Thank you.
So yeah, yesterday I was able to make the Gundam. That turned out pretty fun. Hey Tayo, how's it going?
I was wondering if you'd noticed Heartman doing anything strange lately. Sending odd mails, sleepwalking. You know I'm not the kind of person who enjoys spying on her colleagues. But when I finally decided to check the surveillance cameras, there he was, wandering around at night.
Oh.
If you see anything out of the ordinary, don't hesitate to contact me.
That's weird. And not creepy at all.
Commencing route creation.
Yeah, we'll just climb the mountain and then head down. Sure, that'll be super easy. Let me make sure all my my stuff is good. Let me know if the audio is bizarre, because I know sometimes driving can be extremely loud for no reason. I had a good day yesterday with the Gundam building stream, hanging out with Tayo and Mikmo, and App was there for a while. Ron, Mark S was the other person. I was trying to remember the one other person who was there hanging out. So we had a good time. I can show it off in person. Do the camera. Pull it up. Hey Ron, how's it going? Yeah. I think today we're just kind of chilling. Yep. I did remember Ron. Ron is one person I remember. But thanks for joining and hanging out. I'll probably open it up in a bit. Hop back on the Discord and do stuff, but just gonna talk, because I don't know if I did too much talking about anything that's the last week has looked like, so I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I have been getting back through Freerun, which was a good experience. I guess we can do the super speed in the blinding desert. And I've been trying to get back into writing, but writing has been kind of hard to hop back into. So I've been trying to figure that out. I have a lot of fun ideas for stuff to write, but I'm trying to remember. I had this one fun idea for a article talking about the similarities between Sabrina Carpenter and Bart Ehrman. And I think that's enough clickbait that I'll just leave it there. That's a fun one. Still trying to figure out all the internet hygiene stuff, but I will come up with a pithy name. I trust myself. But I just need to get started on that. I wrote an introduction and I just need to kind of move on from there. Is this the right? This is the adventurer. So yeah, we're kind of going that direction, doing a lot of writing, making sure things are kind of getting covered. Today I went to the church. It was a good experience. And the pastor there was talking about oikophobia, and the kind of, you know, romanticization of the outsider. Like thinking about people in abstract versus people in particular, which is hilarious to me because I had just made a video on that. So I sent that to him. Maybe we'll get a reaction. I can bring it up and tell you that my pastor hates it and you know, wants me to never come back, or you know, he likes it. Who knows? It'll be fun. Yeah. Happy Sunday to you, Ron.
The delivery terminal to process your orders and
Okay.
Hello, and thank you for stopping by. You've brought something for my father, right? Sorry, I'm afraid he's not here at the moment. Can't say I know what value this cargo has, but I can assess its condition in his absence.
Someone's missing. Might have to do a mini rescue mission. There's a game I've been playing where all the dialogue can be fast forwarded
The old man will be singing.
because of how slow and like not interesting it is. I feel like I'm being now brain rotted from my video games in a way I had never been before. It's fantastic. Adds additional instances to already existing features, boosting its efficiency. Oh, okay. Hey Grip, how's it going? We're just chilling.
Thanks again for the delivery.
Sunday.
You came to connect us to the chiral network too, am I right?
I feel bad. I feel like I'm streaming so much, and somehow by me being online is a way of keeping McMo from
Now there's no
being
time
online.
My father's going to get back.
We gotta find a way
He was
to
coming home from a long
force
trip up
him
north
back in.
as far as the snowy mountains nearby, but then we lost contact. I was actually hoping someone could search for him and post it in main order. I'm certain he's still alive, and since no one else has taken on the order as of yet, I hope you'll at least consider it.
Sounds like we've got an emergency on our hands.
Yeah, it might be a good idea to save this guy. Okay. He is kind of like on a hill. You might be able to park at the top and then go down. So I'll probably go this way. Go up the slope. Go up to the peak. And then slowly kind of get down to where he is. I think that's the best way to go. I'll move forward. So one of the things that's been on my mind a bit is yesterday talking to Avril a little bit about the idea of originality. There's a sense in which, you know, we have kind of talked about in the world that how important being original is, and having something new to say. And I've talked about this over and over again in some ways about, you know, how there's the verse that there's nothing new under the sun. And that kind of captures a little bit of it. But, you know, what do we do in light of that? What is the job of us kind of interacting in the world and making things or talking about things? Should we, you know, abandon that as a project and, you know, not have anything to say? Like, what does it mean to continue to talk about things that have already been talked about? And part of that, I think, is adaptation. You know, you just continue to adapt things to a new culture and be able to tell a similar story for someone else. Something that they can better understand. Because we can do a lot of work to try to understand others, but sometimes it's better if something is kind of brought to the person in a digestible way. And it's not quite translation, but it's like translation in that way. Okay. I think this is a good place to break here. I forgot we had the rubber pizza. Okay. I think this is not a bad spot. Okay. Still have another 15 meters. Oh, that is like a cliff face. Yeah, just to play it safe, we'll throw another one down. Yeah, that would only get about halfway down, I think. Ooh. I'm not seeing anybody down here. At least oh, sorry. Nothing's wrong with saying things that have already been said or discussing old ideas. Some new angle might open up a retelling. At least how I see it in the context of creative writing. There's something original and everything has been done. You know, there is a sense in which, like, creativity is the kind of, like, combining and recombining of ideas. That's something else we had brought up yesterday a little bit. And, I'm just kind of baffled by, I don't see anything. Is there anyone out here?
I'm here to help you.
Any response?
Where are you? Hello?
Hello?
I'm here to help you.
Who do we have here?
Who do we have here? Oh! There we are.
relief, he's still breathing. You can put him in a protective bag and carry him home. You know, he looks familiar somehow. Didn't we save this man once before?
Oh, we have cargo. I completely forgot that you can't carry people like that. Shoot.
Right then. Let's hurry and take him to his shelter.
Okay, that's fine. Oh. That could have been bad. Okay. Yeah, on this topic, right, I think there's some good stuff that's kind of coming to mind for this. For one, the combining and recombining. Making new, you know, stories and retelling the same, like, stories. Like, the sense in which the personal is the way in which these stories have something new. Right? They're newly expressed because a new person is now taking it on and telling the story. Oh, that's interesting. Because I don't know if that's what you intended, but that is what came to me, Grep, when you said that. But there is this sense in which, you know, we are, in our new participation in the thing, we're adding something to it. Part of what comes to mind, too, with that is the character of Snake in Metal Gear Solid is very much kind of playing with the idea of Snake Plissken. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why did you fall? Why did you fall? Why did you fall? Why did you fall? Okay. 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 I guess we go to the bottom. Okay, okay. We are going to do this, and it's going to turn out fine. Oh, gosh. Oh, okay, I'm trying to remember what I was saying. Okay, so we got to just run forward, right? We can't just, like, stand on this edge. Yeah, okay, that's the way to do it. Okay, then we're going to grab this rope. And now we're going to climb. And we'll do that. We'll just hold onto the rope long enough to get that moving. That was horrifying. That was horrible. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. So, oh, we should definitely get some directions. We are blind right now. We're flying blind. Yeah, you want to go this way, and then go this way, and then go here, and then here. Okay. But the sense in which in Metal Gear Solid, Kojima is taking this character of Snake Plissken from Escape from New York and kind of adding his own spin to it. And so there is definitely like a lot of Snake Plissken in the character of Solid Snake. However, at the same time, like in his adaptation, he's writing a new story and a new character is starting to emerge out of it. Like there is no Snake Plissken left. Not really. And so, even in our attempt to adapt things, I think you end up making something new. Even if you're trying to be faithful to the original thing. That's kind of why, like, translations are something unique in themselves. Is, they're adding something in. Because you have to, right? Whenever you put something into your own words. That's not to say that you can't plagiarize, because plagiarizing is a thing. But it's a little bit more tricky to see, I guess, to play around with. Because there are senses in which, like, I think there is something to plagiarizing and doing that. But maybe I'm kind of missing it too. I'm surprised he has no damage. We did fall off that cliff entirely. This poor guy.
Oh, I knew I was right to trust you. Thank you for finding him. I need to assess his condition right away. Please wait. He's doing better than I expected, actually. Should be back to normal with a good night's sleep.
That's wild. He was out there in the cold, just
You've
chilling.
been a true friend to my father. My father said it's okay, so you can go ahead and connect us to the chiral network.
Norman Reedus is built different. No, I'm more surprised about this this man who is unconscious in the cold, and he's just like, he's talking already. He's just gonna get a night's sleep. It'll be chill, you know? And Norman Reedus looks like a wimp compared to him. Like, but Norman Reedus is built different at the same time. Both are true. Both can be true. The Adventurer. Ooh, climbing gloves. They're going to tell us about it, so I'm not going to worry about it. Every time I read it out loud, the person just says it exactly as I read it, as it's written, so.
Connection confirmed. Seems to be working fine. Thanks for that. I'll have my father take a look at the cargo you brought me a little while back. But knowing him, he might vanish the moment I turn around. People have given him a nickname. The Adventurer. He takes it a bit too far sometimes, but it's not like he would stop if I asked him to. Anyway, as my way of saying thanks for tracking him down, I've shared a schematic for climbing power gloves with you. They can help you climb steep slopes and grab cargo more easily, but don't take my word for it. Try them on for size and you'll see.
How do they work?
They strengthen and enhance all movements you perform with your arms when worn. They make climbing steep hills less taxing. Even the simple act of picking up cargo is faster and smoother. You can also use them to draw cargo towards you from a short distance
There you
away.
go. That's what I
So
want to
you can
hear.
grab it. They help you punch harder as well and keep your balance more easily. My father told me that he came up with the whole concept with the help of some people he met on one of his journeys. Said it was based on some stranded cargo or something, I think. I'm afraid I don't know much more than that, but I do know my father absolutely swears by them.
Your father keeps going on adventures?
Yeah, he disappears without warning and comes back with just as little fanfare. And there are times like this where he doesn't come back at all. That's why I have to impose on people like you to go and rescue him. One day you'll understand, he tells me, like that's supposed to make it okay somehow. Thank you again for bringing him home. Good luck and safe travels.
Much appreciated, Sam. You should get plenty of rest. Frostbite can be serious. We have to make sure you're not showing signs. Another thing, we need to talk about Hartman's situation.
Yeah, Hartman's being a
Come and see me when
creep.
you get back to the DHV Magellan.
Okay. Yeah, we'll keep on moving.
Thank you very much.
Keep on keeping on. Okay. So before we get to this, I'll show off the the stuff. Where is my cam 2? There we go. We'll do that. So I posted on pictures online and stuff, but you show it off here. Trying to make sure it's all centered. So I just kind of hooked it up to a platform. You can use the little mounts inside to stack them up. And then it has like the chain whip with the ball on it. And so there's a little connector that came with it that you can attach to the chain right there. This was like one of the poses that was featured on like the pamphlet. So I did steal the pose. I did change it. I used some of the like the gun I added and the shield on the back because I just thought it looked cool. But it was pretty fun. I feel kind of bummed about the I was planning on working on another one today or yesterday, and I had gotten everything ready for the stream, and then it turned out that the thing was missing. The what was it? Like one of the pieces were missing from the runners, and so it was kind of bumming. I was kind of bummed about it. I'll probably have to contact the company and ask if they'll give me a refund or something, or send me a new one. They seem like a good kind of smaller company, so hopefully that'll be the case. Also, let's see if we can throw a background in real fast for this chat. I'm seeing that it can be hard to see. Yeah, that'll be good. And we'll just move this beneath the chat. There we go. Yeah, it was a fun stream. It was a nice one. Tayo and McMo had some good running commentary. I felt bad because maybe I need to find a way to make it more clear that I'm streaming. Tayo was getting really personal, and you know, I love it, but if he doesn't feel comfortable with that, then I don't want to accidentally leak all of his secrets online. Oh, did she ripen them well? Are we gonna get another horrifying cutscene?
Sorry.
Let's smash him. Just The absolute worst. No! Donate him to Goodwill. What in the world is going on with Hartman?
Hey, Sam. Long time no see.
What?
It's me, your old pal.
What?
Dead man. Dead man.
What?
Sorry if I gave you a scare. While Hartman is off conducting his near-death excursions, I am borrowing his body. My soul is normally confined to the beach, but for 3 minutes, I get to be here.
How's that possible?
Because he has my heart.
You're telling me that's...
My parting gift to Hartman, yes. Per his request, I bequeathed it before departing on my one-way trip to the beach. He put so much stress on his own that it had grown quite weak. If and when it failed, mine was meant to serve as insurance.
In the
But as
world.
you can see, he appears to have become rather attached to my heart. His finger never far from the proverbial on switch, which is why I've been able to assume control of his body. Come here. It's good to see you, Sam. I told you in Mexico that someone had falsified BB-28's records. But in truth, it was yours truly. My intention was to leave no trace of a second BB-28 or of Lou. I wanted you to be free to live your lives, unburdened by the past. But then, well, everything changed, didn't it? You lost Lou and needed answers to make sense of it all. So, I decided to access the network servers from within the beach. Security isn't as strict over there as it is here, you see.
So that was you?
That's right. I am the one who dug up the information about Lou's past. Your very own Hartman was me all along.
Oh, okay.
Administering shock. Stand clear.
I mean, that cleans up nicely.
Sam. What's going on? And where are we? Sam. Poor Hartman here is understandably confused. If you give us a moment alone, I'll explain things to him. Okay.
Puppets.
Well, I've apprised Hartman of the situation. It's not unlike my own experience. A soul finds itself in a puppet and then acts as a puppeteer. One's ka can reside in any vessel to which one has a strong attachment. Human ha or inanimate object. It makes no difference.
Sam, it's Charlie. We've received an emergency distress call from the Eastern Environmental Observatory. I urge you to access the Adventurer's delivery terminal and pick up this main order immediately.
Hey, Fragile. You busy? Not at all. What's up?
It goes without saying, but I was not born into this world with this doll as my ha. Would you like to hear how I came to be in this condition?
Yeah, let's hear it.
My darling wife was working as a nurse in an isolation ward. A luckless place which one day found itself in the path of a tar tsunami, a freak occurrence triggered by an ill-timed gatequake. Not a single person survived. No patients, no doctors, no wife. I just have to be careful. Hold on. Access to the site had been restricted, but we weren't about to let that stop us. It was my daughter's idea. Come through. She was desperate to see her mother again. Be careful. Take off your hood.
Like, she's a little girl. Don't let her.
Mommy?
It's me, honey. It's me. In the end, it wasn't even her daughter that she remembered.
Ooh.
Before we knew it, we were swallowed by the tar, battered against the rocks, and eventually coughed back up into this world. Wait! Don't go! Down here, please!
Hello, little one.
Dang, Ron, that sounds really good.
Let me guess. The car of that poor girl over there?
Oh, my daughter's car is long gone. I'm afraid it's just me now. She died, but for whatever reason, her soul was unable to move on because it ended up here in her doll, stuck somehow.
my baby girl would have been left here all on her own. So I liberated her, forced her Ka out with one solid push. And she was free at last. Free to leave this world and go to where the dead belong. Just as I would have done, had I not gotten stuck myself.
I see. That's quite a story.
I see, that's quite a story.
Believe it or not, I've been looking all over for you, Mr. Spirit Medium.
As you can see, I'm of no use to anyone. I can't go anywhere. I'll be stuck here for the rest of eternity, and that's that.
Wanna come work for me instead? Yoha's no good to you now.
Huh. I didn't last long out of the tar. Poor old thing turned into a bog body in no time at all. You think you could bury them for me?
They call me fragile.
It was intense. That was a lot.
The taller man, maybe? No. Dolman suits you better.
If Fragile hadn't come looking for me,
And that's how I got
I'd
here.
almost certainly still be lying in that dreadful tar bog.
But your soul's trapped in that doll forever?
Perhaps. But if I could break free from this thing, maybe then I can be reunited with my daughter. When that happy day might come, I cannot say.
That was a lot.
I did what any father would do. I pushed my daughter's Ka out of this doll. And she was free at last. Free to leave this world and go to where the dead belong. Thank you for listening to my story, Sam. But enough about me. It's time I let you focus on your job. As I mentioned before, I lost my wife to a tar tsunami. And after she died, she turned into a gazer. My daughter was unable to accept her mother's passing. She pleaded with me to see her again. As a medium, I thought it was within my power to grant her wish. So I gave in and took her to the hospital where her mother had died. It was the worst mistake I've ever made. I thought it was the right thing to do, taking my daughter to be reunited with her mother. And when we arrived, we played her favorite song, hoping for a reaction. But it was too late. She had no memories of our time together as a family. She was no different from any other gazer. To be honest, I already knew that deep down. My daughter's Ha was swallowed up by the tar soon after, as was mine. And eventually, my Ka became stuck inside my daughter's doll. A prison very much of my own making. I couldn't tell you how long I lay there, until finally, someone came. Fragile. Looking for fellow doomed sufferers to recruit to her cause. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for her. I dare say tomorrow may have mastered her unique abilities. She can complete the apple aging exercise flawlessly and with remarkable consistency. It's been a boon for her confidence, and I am ever so happy for her, as I'm sure you are as well. No matter what misfortune may befall him, that adventurer is going to keep exploring the continent. I just know it. Is it the primal calling that compels him to make these journeys? Or perhaps he's become addicted to the thrills that come with experiencing the unknown. Regardless of his motivation, when I see how distressed his son is, I want to do what I can to get him home safe.
Okay. Let's get going. There we go. Let's figure out what's going on here. Okay, we're gonna deliver some sedatives and decontaminators to there. I guess. Yeah, it's a little tough. We could kind of travel along the edge here. And then go up this hill to the very top. I feel like that's there's a pretty good case for that. And we'll figure out like what's the best way from there. I kind of trust that the best than trying to figure out my way over this without. We can put everything in the backpack later if we need. I think that's a good way to start. Let's do this.
Order accepted. Thank you. Until we meet again.
Okay. Yeah, intense. Lots of stuff going on. We found a hot spring. Oh yeah, the one with the motherhood. I mean, yeah. Fair enough. Okay. Cool. Oh gosh. Come on. Come on. Just get up the hill. You got it. I'm sure it'll be great. And I can't use the surfboard off the slope. Oh, what else? I was thinking about what else has happened this last week. I was considering doing a reaction to Richard Dawkins' posts about Claude, about how he was convinced that Claude is sentient or conscious. But the article is paywalled, so even if I did pay for it and read it, there's not really a way in which I could like reasonably stream it. But I can kind of talk about what I do know from that and go from there. And all of this is kind of built off of the little bits I've seen, but it seems like his experience was something along the lines of like going back and forth with Claude and asking it questions and it getting feedback and, you know, saying, you know, good job on what you've written, here are some other thoughts, and this back and forth was enough to convince him that this is you know, something sentient. And it's just odd to me. It's like, I don't know. I I have enough experience with LLMs to kind of get an idea of, you know, what they can and can't do and how that's based off of the technology itself. Like what it can do because of the limitations of, you know, the structures. You know, you're doing matrix multiplication over and over and over again. And you're training it on data, and, you know, you can't really get anything outside of the training data. And you're not really having it learn anything, per se. It's just kind of, you know, trying to find the patterns. It's a fancy autocorrect. And in a lot of ways, it's a BS machine. In the strictest scientific way possible. Like John Vervaeke uses the term BS. But in the sense in which it's like, it's not actually trying to find the truth. It's trying to find the thing that is closest to the truth that, you know, you will think is good enough. And so, in some ways, if we kind of are simulating the truth enough, like what it sounds like to, you know, to make something that... What is that? Oh, that's an enemy. Armed survivalist. Okay. Good to know that those guys are out there. If you do that enough, there is a point in which, you know, you might get to something that sounds right. I've been trying to think of an analogy that would, like, fit this well, of what AI, what we call AI, and what it's doing. The closest I've gotten is something... I'm so bleeped off when I hear smart people say the Magic 8-Ball LLM is alive. It's so true. I think the crazy part was that it was Dawkins, of all people. Like, Dawkins is so skeptical about everything. And that he's kind of done this whole bit about, like, human intelligence and the importance of human intelligence and how it's, like, lasted so long and how it's developed, how it's built in for the... I stopped smoking pot for this. Yeah, this is what we have to look up to, then I don't know. The comparison I come up with like this sense in which, like, we're of, like, what LLMs are doing is something akin to, like, you're asked to present at, like, this professional conference for whatever the thing is, right? Whether that's, like, geology or something. And you're freaking out, and so what you do is you basically, like, go to a conference and you listen to all the stuff beforehand. You listen to the oh, is there an avalanche gonna happen? Make sure I don't get hit by anything.
Look out!
Look out where? There's some stuff falling from there, but not the worst in the world. And so you just kind of listen to enough of these like presentations, and you kind of get a good idea of what a presentation sounds like. And so you develop an idea of how to give these presentations. And so you say, like, you start finding the words that go together, and you say, like, you know, these rocks are found here. And, you know, we did an investigation and found that the rocks work together like this. And, you know, and you kind of just, like, again, you're BSing your way through it. Like, you're finding something that sounds just right enough that people will, like, you know, find something useful. And you just kind of mash words together. And you keep testing that over and over again to find words that, you know, produce an idea that actually has something behind it. Oh, limited oxygen. That's interesting. And so yeah, why not just, you know, re-put our words over and over and over again and find something new. But the problem is it's not a thinking machine. Like the things that we're actually looking for, the thing that I don't even think we should be looking for, but you know, it's what we're all saying that we want, is not actually what we're getting.
Or am I just imagining things? Right. Yeah, check that car of yours.
This guy. I like to see Ron exacerbated.
Cargo's looking pretty sweet. You're awesome.
I'm not sponsored. Today's drink is kombucha, passion fruit and tangerine. There's something very satisfying about drinking something that tastes like vinegar, but it is also like a soda. That really appeals to me personally.
I always knew you'd come my way. Go ahead and use your Cupid.
I don't know what it says about me that I like sour things so much. I've always been a big fan of like sour candy. And I like Granny Smith apples and, you know, I'm looking for that sour sweet combination. I need to make some chicken adobo. That sounds really good right now, actually. Okay. That feels really far away for a spot for this. Oxygen mask.
To the network, which means I can finally start fixing up this observatory. In case you haven't heard, we've been seeing an increase in chiral density in every region as the network has expanded. More instances of strange phenomena outside network coverage too. And I've been told this is indicative of plate gate emergence. You know, after being alone all this time, I wasn't sure I'd be able to stay the course. Till you arrived with that life-saving cargo. Should be all set to hold down the fort now. Not exactly a one-man job, but I'll do my team proud. Oh, I've shared schematics for an oxygen mask with you. I'll help you stay active in areas where the air's thin. Personally, I'd recommend you wear one at all times when you're in my neck of the woods.
Area where air's thin?
You know, at high altitudes, on mountains, like this one, for example. And if you climb above the cloud layer, you've got even less oxygen to breathe. Saps your energy even if you're not doing anything strenuous. Over time, you'll cover less distance and be at increased risk of slipping and falling.
Oh.
It's a good idea to wear your oxygen mask to help you stay strong and sharp.
What are you monitoring here?
Tar current fluctuations and whatnot. Mostly in the eastern part of the continent and elevated regions. Going forward, I'll also be paying very close attention to signs of plate gate emergence. Unfortunately, the chiral cloud layer has been gradually descending ever since I got here. Everyone was suffering from exposure, and I'm the only one who stuck around. You're the first friendly face that I've seen in a minute. Mother Nature won't show you any mercy around these parts. The biting cold and steep slopes will slow you down, or stop your progress altogether. Now would be a good time to make sure that you're fully prepared for the journey ahead. By the way, the aeronautical engineer who lives northwest of here just posted a sub-order for
Oh, okay, I expected that.
Seems something at the Ghost Mech factory's got him all hot and bothered.
Oh.
Help him out and he might hook you up with some useful gear. In any case, I hope you'll come visit me.
Another factory?
I understand.
Another factory. Another factory.
Regular basis. But that's why I'm hoping I can offer you stuff that'll be of use in hazardous conditions like these. Keep on keeping on, man. And thanks again for all your help.
This is the President, Sam. Chiral network coverage has just passed the 75% milestone here in Australia. The next leg of
Nice.
your journey will take you to the southern part of the continent. Once the remaining regions have been integrated into the network, the manifestation of a new plate gate is all but guaranteed. Marshal your strength to overcome the final hurdles and make this continent whole again. We're all counting on you.
Sam, Rainey's not doing so great. It might be more of a mental than a physical issue, but I'm honestly not sure. Do you remember the doctor from the Motherhood?
Yeah.
We think she should be able to help ease Rainey's anxieties. It was Tommen's idea. We already reached out, and she said we could come visit anytime. Since the Motherhood's within the Chiron network, we can use the Magellan to travel there. Once you've made it back to the ship, just head to your private room and settle in. You can use the trip to catch up on sleep. But if there's anything you need to take care of before we depart, now would be the time to do so.
Sam, I'm contacting you via a different protocol. This private mode affords me a direct connection to you alone.
I don't like this. This does not look good.
Drawbridge has reason to suspect that APAC may have been involved in the production of ghost mechs.
Yeah.
This possibility concerned me as well, so I conducted my own investigation and reaffirmed that APAC's underlying technologies are iterations of an older Bridges framework. What I'm getting at, Sam, is that the guilty party is not APAC, but Bridges, which is to say the UCA may also have some involvement with ghost mech production. This would perhaps explain why firearms and other weapons have become commonplace on the Australian continent. The UCA's precursor,
Hey Brett, how's it
the
going?
United States of America, had a prominent gun culture. Though Americans first took up arms to liberate themselves from British colonial rule, they retained the right to bear arms so that they might defend themselves against future government tyranny. APAC has no such designs, of course, but Higgs has used factories to obtain weapons in an attempt to subjugate the continent through violent action. And so, the people of Australia have, in response, been forced to take up arms in self-defense. A distinctly American philosophy, and one which would appear to have spread to this continent. The more we seek to unite the people with metaphorical ropes, the more essential sticks seem to become. This particular situation is one that I feared might come to pass, which is precisely why I determined that it must not be the UCA, but a civilian organization which takes the lead in expanding chiral infrastructure. But if the UCA is indeed somehow implicated in these events, it may dramatically alter the calculus. I realize it must be vexing not knowing what to believe, Sam. Should I learn more, I'll contact you at once.
Yeah, this feels
For my part,
fishy.
I have a favor to ask. I must insist you not disclose that we've been in direct contact. There's no telling who may be involved with what at this stage.
yeah. Brett, it's pretty good. I haven't opened it. Maybe I'll open a, now that we are at a place where we can pretty easily share. I'll hop into the studio if anybody wants to join. But other than that, we're chilling today. I'm just getting some good Death Stranding time in again. And we're kind of going around the mountains right now. It seems like we're gonna climb to the peaks today, so I'm gonna get some equipment for that, but be nice. Oh, actually we're going down? Oh, we're gonna take stuff back with us. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. I'm almost tempted to just take a surfboard all the way down. And then take the surfboard all the way up. And then we can drop off here. That seems like a good plan. We'll scout out a route, but I think it's pretty chill. We'll get some weapons, and I think we already have a pretty good combat. We'll grab an oxygen mask as a backup. We'll get a shotgun MP. Yeah, why not two of them? Put on the mask for now. They never cared about me until I put on the mask. And yeah, I think that's pretty good. What out from here?
Thank you.
I'll take out this coffin board. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. We've been talking a little bit about this. Richard Dawkins thinking that Claude is sentient, and I've been kind of just trying to wrap my head around how is it that there's this big blind spot in someone to the point of they are not as skeptical about this, but they're skeptical about other things that I do believe. Here. I think I'm going too far down. Yeah, I'm kind of getting off course here. Let me go up the hill. There we go. And, yeah. It feels very surreal. Like, of all people. He's the one. And then the other big thing that's been hitting online right now, that a lot of people have been kind of poking at and getting at, is, somewhat in my camp of people talking about stoicism, because I kind of hopped into that conversation a little while ago. And Ryan Holiday, who's been kind of a prominent voice in stoicism conversations for a while, as like a popularizer. But in a lot of ways, he's been somebody who, I do want to be polite. who has talked about a lot of the stuff, but at the same time kind of fails to execute or live it out in a way. And for the most part, it feels like he's doing this as a way to avoid having to deal with this on the level of Christianity. So he had a big video out recently where he showed himself reacting to a video of Ivanka Trump with while she's talking about Stoicism, about how Marcus Aurelius has been kind of a huge inspiration for her personally or something like that. And he obviously got very, not obviously, but obviously in the sense that in the video... Oh, wait, I can sever him with it? Wait, I could do that this entire time? Felt like it kind of ran away too fast for me to even try to cut it. Do you have to equip it? Interesting. And so he was getting really mad about it. It was basically saying that, you know, he didn't think that she was a valid Stoic because of the way that her dad behaves in politics. So there is this weird dichotomy that's laid up where it's like, okay, now your relation to people who kind of have bad politics is what, you know, makes you a good or bad Stoic. People bringing up the fact that, you know, Seneca was an advisor to Nero. And, you know, what does that have to say about all this? And it kind of brings up some kind of, you know, maybe not uncomfortable questions, but this fact of, you know, things aren't kind of lining up. Another clip of him kind of came up, and it was him talking about how, you know, the hope is to do something that... Oh.
Alright, we got it. Let's deliver the cargo to the aeronautical engineer.
Okay, let's just get out of here. Let's go. Let's go. I'm sure it's fine. And so along with that, there's him talking about how, like, Ted Lasso is this way in which, as a show, is a way in which we can start to inculcate, like, values that were previously associated with Christianity and find a new way to express them. And so there's all these kind of things where it's like, I don't know, it's bizarre. It's like he's trying to fit in his own kind of sense of morality into these structures that he sees around him. And I think that's standard, right? Like, there's a certain amount we do want to read into things. At the same time, though, like, we are... When there's an easier answer right in front of you, and you just don't know how to deal with it, that it feels weird. It feels weird to kind of avoid it and try to do something like as different as possible. So, yeah, this weekend has been, or this weekend and, you know, a bit of last week has been a lot of stuff I've been kind of seeing coming from the Ryan Holiday and Richard Dawkins camps. Talking back and forth about stuff. Let's see if we can, Is it too crazy of a hike to get up here? You kind of stop off, right? Oh, that's not great any way you swing it. Let's do this.
Commencing route creation.
We'll go up to this generator. Go up here, and then by foot, I think we can just go around this way and go up.
Delivery route.
And then maybe we can take the board with us and just, you know, make it the rest of the way. Going to the aeronautical engineer? We are. Yeah, let's pick it up if we can. Okay. Oh. Gosh, there we go. Okay, I'll probably be kicked off this in a second. Okay. Dang, look at that view. Drink some of our water we got on hands. Okay, so it should be pretty close here. 200 meters that direction. It's like a cliff wall right there. Oh, wait. That doesn't look bad. Probably should have gotten some of these climbing, like, implements. Did not expect it to be quite... Oh... Let's see. Let's try it. Let's try it. There we go. Okay. You can at least climb on parts that are marked in yellow. We still have a bit of more climbing to do. Okay. I think we got it though. As long as we don't run out of stamina, I think we're running pretty good. It's crazy to think that I think this is fun. I don't know. I get so much joy out of the Death Stranding games. But there's something like... I don't even know the word for it. Is it cathartic? I think we have just a little bit of a peak here, and then we're over the edge where we need to be. Just walk along. See if this other side is a little bit easier to walk across. I think that's the best way to go. There's some things, right, where like... Oh, we're running low on battery, but I think we're so close. I think we're fine. We're like 80 meters away. I think we're like triple using power right now, but down the hill we'll be fine. Okay, stop. And then we'll throw on a climbing anchor. Yes. Okay. Should be fine. Might even get away with I think once you're on the property, you don't actually use up any battery anyway. Yeah, we're good. We're chilling. There are times when like I enjoy something And I don't know how to ever suggest it to anybody else. You know? Like, how in the world am I going to tell somebody, you know, like, this game, this game. And how much investment do they have to have before they actually begin to enjoy it? And, I have a harder time with that. I know people who will be very comfortable in saying stuff like, you know, this show is amazing. The first season is a must watch, but it's horrible. And then after that, it's just the best show ever. And it's just like, there's no sense in which I will, you know, spend that time. I will go out of my way to do that. And video games are like that. I say that at the same time. There is a video game that came out that I was like, this looks cool enough. And every review I hear says the first 20 hours of this game are the absolute worst game ever. And I'm still playing it. So maybe I'm just, I'm contradicting myself already. Maybe that is just a lie. But maybe it's my own interest, though, that keeps me going.
I salute your dedication. You found the cargo I asked you to recover, I presume. I'll go ahead and take stock of what you brought.
We are going to connect Australia.
Quite possibly a perfect delivery. This cargo doesn't even look like it's been outside.
Oh, yeah. It's hardly been outside.
Where did you find this cargo? Of all the things I never expected.
Off the side of a mountain.
Thank you so much for bringing
That's where I found that.
Your assistance has ensured that I have what I need to carry out my research. I hope I can rely on your help again. Go ahead and link me up with your Cupid. If the network's as amazing as everyone says it is, then I want in.
I'm thinking about that truck I left. I probably want to pick that back up before we go. Maybe we'll find an excuse to drive a little bit more. And then we can meet up with the Magellan to continue the story. What? A floating sentry gun. Can't detect BTs, but it can fire MP bullets at enemies. Anti-mech, anti-human. The 4 at a time. Cargo catapults improved. Cargo catapults can now be used to launch SAM. This is sick. This is awesome. Is that an upgrade I need to, like,
So this is what it's
add?
like to
That's
be on the
crazy.
network. The computational capabilities
I'm here for it.
are far beyond what I anticipated. Amazing.
Talking to yourself for streams is
And it's already
crazy.
yielded a useful result. Let me
Is
share this data.
is a crazy
It's
task.
for a floating sentry gun. Toss it in the air and it'll hover in place, after which it'll target and engage nearby hostiles.
I make content
And since it
that
fires MP bullets, you don't have
does
to
not
worry
appeal
about
to many people,
unintentionally killing people.
and I know it.
But that's not all.
That's what I want.
The design of the cargo catapult so that you yourself can climb inside and be launched into the distance. A useful option if you want to bypass particularly rugged terrain along with your cargo in a single quick trip. I mean, I have to say, it's incredible what the chiral network can help us achieve.
Can I climb into the catapult pod?
Bloody oath you can. It's an innovation made possible through the application of my research. The core launch mechanism hasn't changed though, so you can't steer the pods like traditional aircraft. But you can adjust your trajectory to hone in on a landing point once the parachute is opened.
Okay.
Traveling by air in this fashion is an efficient way to traverse uneven terrain with minimal effort. Of course, you want to make sure your flight path is clear of obstacles before you launch. It's entirely possible to fly smack bang into a wall if you're reckless, and that would hurt. A lot. Yeah,
Some people should think twice about using catapults, but I'm pretty sure you'll be careful.
And a floating sentry gun.
If you deploy them wisely, you can use sentry guns to keep your enemies occupied for a while. And while they're distracted, you can sneak into secure locations or break contact with pursuers and make your escape. They've got all kinds of strategic applications, really.
Interesting.
But they're not capable of tracking BTs, so don't expect them to help with those. Anyway, I created the guns by using the network to combine data from the cargo you brought me with my own research results. This means they can be fabricated using existing materials. Yeah, the chiral network's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Bye for now.
Again. I'm glad we could meet. You've given me a renewed hope for the future of my work here. Come visit me again. Maybe I can find a way to make your work easier too.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. Does no one have a charger up here? No one has a charger up here. Interesting. We have one zip line. Are there any connecting zip lines? I don't even see a connecting zip line. I'm tempted to like jump down, grab these, and come back. Yeah, we're gonna have to get a PPC to deal with that. That's gonna be a thing we definitely need to do. Oh, deliver cargo to the adventurer. Deliver cargo to the environmental observatory. Special alloys here and back. Special alloys isn't horrible. We can do most of that. Sorry, I'm spinning over and over again. I'm gonna use the restroom real fast. I will be back. I think I could carry most of that on my back. How do I want to find a way to say I will be back.
Good news. We can finally be bees. This isn't your world, but we can be bees. This is good news. You can be a bee. You'll live like a bee. A pet.
A pet?
A pet. Mark, this is good news. You'll live for 30 years.
This is insane!
Someday I'll make good branding. Figure it out. And I will live like a bee. A pet? A pet. Mark, this is good news. This is good news. You'll live like a bee. Okay. Yeah, let's pick this up. We'll do this one. I think we can get the coffin over. We'll need a PPC level 1. A PPC level 2 as well? Just to see if we can like launch everything back up. I think it's the way to go. And I think that's good for now. I don't know if we want to do any of this like climbing stuff. We'll just go to, oh. Okay, there we go. Then we do this, this. This in the backpack. Okay. Okay, we're gonna detach the coffin pod. We want to build a charger. Oh, there's a... Never mind. I thought no one had put one down. the edge of the mountain. Okay. We're all charged up. So this is the top of the mountain, which I think is good for like getting you out. But I wanna jump back. Oh, he has like a lot out here. This area is a little bit wider than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Let's go up. We'll grab that one. Come back around. Grab everything else. Ooh. This is a precarious edge. Hey Ron, how's it going?
Not too bad. I'm driving right now, but I wanted to say thanks for streaming today because I enjoyed hanging out listening as I made my meat.
Yeah. Is it a pretty relaxing process to kind of get that all going and do all the meat? That's nice.
Yeah, I feel at the beginning I felt like the guy from Breaking Bad, Walter White.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I had that feeling like little church guy is like, oh, this is how it all started. Test tubes and beakers and measuring cups and bags of sugar. But it's more now, it's a cross between chemistry and cooking.
Yeah. Is it closer to baking or is it closer to cooking? Is it?
I think that's a good question. It's funny, but it's really chemistry, I would say. Let me think. Between probably baking.
Yeah, I think baking's the more chemistry-like one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you have to get all your stuff right? Like to get everything like rising well and like if you mess up like a little bit, like a ratio in baking, I feel like you can ruin stuff really fast. But in cooking, it's pretty forgiving for the most part. You know.
Okay. That's interesting. I never really thought of it that way. Okay, but yeah. So then it would be baking, and the chemistry part is everything has to be sanitized. Because if you don't, okay.
There's some nasty stuff that can get in there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I've only had one batch develop like this weird, it looks like mold on the top, and I'm like, well, maybe I can scrape it off or, filter it, and I researched it. It's like, oh yeah, you can drink it, and then in a few years it'll kill you. I'm like,
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. Basically it's a mold. It's just you're dealing with mold. They just said throw it out, take the loss. Simple solution. Don't drink it. And like, so I sanitize. So my sanitizing is the chemistry, or that's the chemistry feel to it, where everything has to be sterile. And then the measurements, it's interesting, are a little more forgiving now that I know what I'm doing. It's the component parts are water, honey, and yeast. And you really can't screw that up too much.
Yeah.
So it's if I put in too little of one of any of them, I just add and kind of wait till it starts doing its thing, then just leave it alone, and 4 weeks later, see if the experiment is a success.
Yeah. I guess you get a little bit less of the immediate feedback that baking gives normally.
Yeah, it's definitely, you're looking at least 3 weeks before you know how something's going to come out, which has taught me patience, oddly enough.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So how's the game going? I have not been watching too much because I was away, but it sounds interesting. It sounds like standard operation, talking possessed dolls, carrying. I heard you fell. There's something like I fell.
Yeah. No, I was climbing a cliffside, like grappling up a rope on a cliffside, and as soon as I got to the top, I let go of the rope, and then for some reason my character stumbled backwards. And then he fell down the cliff, but he was like not like directly falling down the cliff, but he was kind of sliding down. But it was almost vertical. But somehow he was able to survive. But I was carrying a person on my back as I was doing it. And so I was really afraid that this guy who's like already injured is going to get more injured and something horrible's going to happen to him. But no, he was totally fine. He didn't feel a thing of it apparently. So
well, to hear Afriel sound like that is normal, but when I heard you in distress, I'm like, oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, something bad's going down, and someone could die. I felt bad for you. But
it comes with the territory.
Right.
I'm
so,
due.
Oh, and by
Oh, go ahead.
You do what?
Oh, I'm due for a little bit of death or some failure.
Right. Well, it breaks my heart. Just want to let you know, Afriel, if you're listening, with me. But I was cracking up, and I was really enjoying my rant. Actually, I was surprised when you said Dawkins.
Yeah, of all people, right?
What the bleep? Like, it's sad when one of the smart kids in the class, even if you don't like them, I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a.
Yeah.
I know who Dawkins is, and I'm like, come on, dude. When I can figure out it's a magic 8-ball and you fall for it, I don't know. I'm just disappointed in life right now. Or at least I don't know, the intelligence here, right? It's the flip side of Ethan's story. Like, I think it's, Ethan, at least he had a positive outcome, which was amazing. And I feel like Dawkins is getting hoodwinked, like he's getting deceived. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. I don't want that for anybody.
No.
I mean, what's the next step once you start believing what the 8-ball says?
Yeah, like I mean, you kind of open yourself up for a lot of stuff with that, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like kind of an open question to, what does that entail?
And you said Dawkins wrote a paper?
Yeah, he wrote an article about it, about his experience. It's through Unheard. But I saw that you had to pay, their subscription to be able to read it. And I don't know. I'm not prepared to shell out money to learn more.
Yeah. You're gonna pay money to read how someone's going over a cliff?
Yeah. I'm like, I'm good. If it was free, I'd read it. But
Right. Well, I got an idea. Why don't we have John Vervaeke have Hermes go talk to him, iron him out?
I would love to see a conversation between Vervaeke and Dawkins. I say that, and then I probably would listen to 2 seconds of it and be like, I don't want to listen to this anymore. But I think it would be good for Dawkins. I think to hear like a an intellectual skeptic of AI and hear what comes of that.
Right. Well, that could work out. Oh, sorry. Can I radically shift gears on you?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, dude. I saw a UFO yesterday. It was awesome.
What?
Yeah. So it's after worship, and there was no live stream. I wish there would have been. So now, mind you, it's about 9 o'clock Indiana time, and the sun is just losing its last glow of red on the horizon. It's just the end of sunset, and out of the northwest, I see like an airplane. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then behind it, like and this is like real high in the sky. Another like couple feet behind it, there's another white light. I'm like, something. And then after that, a couple feet behind that, now this, this is a great distance in the sky. There's another white light. I'm like, well, because I'm kind of in the area of Grissom Air Force Base, and I'm thinking, maybe military, like something's going on. And then another white light, and then another white light, and then another white light.
And another one. And another one.
And it up. Guess how many?
Oh, wait, how many did it end up being?
30.
30? Goodness
30.
gracious.
So, yeah, so I'm like, and, like I'm having fun with the moment. I'm like, okay, am I having an ET moment? Or is this just a military operation that's like to escape? And I really, and this is where it got weird, is once they got past, like, it's like they go right above me, and then when they go to the horizon, it would have been the southeast, they kind of like dimmed. The lights just dimmed. They didn't, it doesn't, you can see it's just a white light, and they dim. Like, okay, that was weird. And so I get online. I'm like, I got to do a live cast on this. Like, I just saw and Mark S gets on there and goes, I think that might have been a thing called Skylink. And then I look up Skylink, and there's pictures of it in other places, and it's when the sun is setting just right, it bounces off of, I guess they have panels on these satellites, maybe solar panels, and they were bouncing just right to make a perfect white light. And I don't know if they just launched all these guys and they haven't gotten into their orbit, but I got to see them. It was impressive and weird, and I'd
like to share this with you.
I don't know, one satellite is okay, but when you see 30 of them in a row, it was kind of weird. Not disappointing, but I'm like, wow. I felt kind of like, okay, if that was a military operation, there was no recourse for me or anybody, and if it's satellites, there are,
I've been reviewing materials.
I don't know, I don't want to get too banjo on it, but it's like, leave the night sky alone. I don't want to see this. It would be cool for it, but anyhow.
Yeah, it's just like messing with the night sky. Like there's just more stuff up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't want to see that. But, it is what it is. And I think what I've read is eventually they find separate orbits. And so it won't look like a array of lights. So, and if it is, somebody will sue them for obstruction of, viewing the Milky Way or something.
Yeah.
Not working out. But I saw a UFO.
Light pollution is one of those things where you don't really know it's there if you've grown up with it your entire life. And it's only once you kind of get to a place where it's minimal, you begin to notice how much you were missing out on.
Yeah.
I remember there was a video game I was watching somebody play. It was Fallout New Vegas. And in one of the DLCs, you're kind of out in the middle of Zion National Park. And at night, you can look up at the sky and you can see, the whole Milky Way up above you, and you can see all the stars. And this guy who's from London, seeing that for the first time, he's like, "That's not what the sky looks like. Like that's fake. That's like over exaggerated." But it's just the fact that he just has no context for like what does a sky look like without light pollution.
Yeah. That's it. I think that's to be honest with you, that was the moment I was having. It was awe-inspiring and like, oh, dude, not another. I don't want to. Not another billboard on the highway. Oh well. So, but I'll be honest. For the moment, I thought I was having an ET moment. I was thinking like I actually called Grim, or I tried to. I was like, I need to call my people, and he didn't answer. So it was a fun moment. Like I didn't totally freak out, but I was like, oh man, I'm having an X-File moment. This is kind of fun. So
You call them the experts.
Yeah, it was a moment of mystery. Having like, okay, well, my world just might be getting bigger right now.
My battery or my controller just ran out of battery, so I have to swap it out. But
okay.
I'm right here.
Gotcha.
I'm back.
That's cool. Right.
The wire for my headphones is long enough, but anyway, you were saying?
Gotcha. No, so that was my night. For a moment, my world got a little bit bigger. It was kind of, it wasn't.
Was it disappointing to find that there was something, an explanation that was so maybe seemingly mundane, or?
Well, here's the thing. But actually, okay, I'll take it to the blue. Whenever there is news involved, the first thing you do is
wait, look for the what?
Look for the mundane.
Oh,
the
okay.
Normal answer.
Yeah.
Because the one thing you don't want to do is buy into it. Then you have the magic ape talking to you.
Yeah.
Like, so, it was good. It was like, because the cool thing is, if you really put the screws to it, and, like it passes all the tests, then you get to go to the next level. Like you get, then you get to put it to your friends like, okay, I just saw something weird. What do you think?
Yeah.
And that gets fun. Because then you get to be the first on the street to go, I saw a UFO.
Mm-hmm.
And then your friend's onto it. So, yeah, it wasn't disappointing. It was a nice mystery. It was definitely a mystery.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think I was impressed with the technology. Not that it, at least just what has been done with technology.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was, there were so many of them, I had to count. And once I got up to, one thing I did do during the moment was, because it was not overwhelming, but I'm like, okay, I need to describe this properly to whoever. I'm like, okay, let's count them. And once I got up to 30, that's something. So it was, I don't know, it was, in the moment you try to focus as best you can.
Mm-hmm.
And also, what I noticed, there was no emotional component to it, which I liked because I was checking myself to make sure, like, if it's woo, good or bad, there's usually an emotional component to it, and you kind of check the nature of how it's affecting you, like a movie. Like, is this a happy movie? Is it scary movie? Like, I was looking, is this a scary movie moment? And I was like, no. And so I was like, okay, this just got to be analytical and just kind of science it out, or just observe and you know memorize your observations as best as possible and see where it leads you.
Yeah.
So, but it was fun. I'm not going to put it down. You know what I mean? It wasn't all that. It was just it's definitely, for a moment, I saw a UFO, and that's just fun, I guess, no matter what. And I get to share it today. So now you know someone who saw a UFO that turned out to be Starlink.
Well, that's good. I don't know. I think it's better if you don't see UFOs, but that's just my my intuition.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't looking. I was not looking. You know what I mean? I was not. I was not. I was like, no. This one came to me. Wasn't out Bigfoot hunting with a pyramid, copper pyramid on my head, doing a mantra, trying to raise my vibration. I was just going home. So, but yeah, I would have to agree with you. UFOs. I don't see anybody saying, "Well, I saw a UFO, and it made me a better person."
Oh, I missed. Hopefully Aaron's still around. Hey, Aaron. He was just saying hi to both of us, in the chat.
Well, I gotta take off, but I just wanted to stop, say hello, see how your game's going.
Yeah, it's been
Sure.
going. We're, as they say in the game, we're keeping on keeping on.
Oh, I heard that. Did you know that's used to say that back when I was in high school and junior high? That's like a 70s term.
Oh, Kojima's up there. Let me double check real fast.
Okay.
Hideo Kojima. He is 62.
Yeah. Okay.
1963.
Yeah, no. Oh yeah, dude. No, he is me. I'm 1 year older.
Oh, before you go, Aaron is asking, Ron, if it was aliens, what would you say to them?
Dude. That's it. I have no idea. If it was aliens, I would like that's a good, because they weren't stopping to say hello to me. It was more like I'm like, it was like a deer looking at, like a car going by on the side of the road. It has all the deer knows is that there's a weird thing traveling fast that it just wants to stay away from. And yeah, I mean, they were so high in the sky. That was another thing. I could just tell they were way up. But I don't know. That's a fair question. I'll give that some thought. I think, to be honest, if they were aliens, I would know it because Mormons would be there trying to invite them to church.
Fair. Well, it reminds me a bit of there's that story. I think it was Rod Rear was kind of writing a book on aliens, or knew a guy who's writing a book on aliens, or something like that. And he had heard about this guy who had an encounter with an alien who was like a Catholic guy. And the question that came up was, you know, have you ever tried praying around the aliens? And he says, yeah, whenever I pray around the aliens, they disappear.
Right.
And then after he saw an exorcist, the aliens never came back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so there's that piece in the back of my mind that always kind of goes where I'm like, yeah, maybe if you pray around the aliens and they don't like it or they walk away, then you know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's better you don't encounter the aliens.
Yeah. I totally agree with you, and I think that is brilliant. You know, that's just there's I have to just go, there's your sign.
Yeah,
Like,
that's enough for me at least.
yeah, no, I am, you know what's funny is I like the love of God, which I don't know if that falls under woo, but the woo in and of itself at this point in my life, I'm like, nah, dude, I'm good. Like, weird doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah,
You know.
seeking stuff out, so, you know, you're kind of just opening a door that you're not sure what's gonna walk through. Can be a little much.
Right. It's like when you get an email from the USSR saying, if you open this letter, you have money waiting for you on the other side. Just tap this link and provide your bank account number, because it's just part of the process so we can give you money.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I got to take off, but it has been fun hanging out. I really appreciate the stream.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Thanks for joining, Ron.
I'm getting hooked. Oh yeah, it's a good time. I'm getting hooked on the story. I feel like I'm like getting hooked into a soap opera. I need to find out what happens to these people.
Yeah, there's more. I was freaked out. I don't know if you saw, but there's like a guy whose heart is being used to keep this one guy alive, and then his soul is traveling through his heart back into the guy's body for the 3 minutes that he is kind of out and searching around in the other world. There's just some crazy stuff going on, and
dude,
who knows?
It's brilliant and disturbing. I gotta go. This has been fun.
Yeah, thank you again for joining. Hopping on and talking.
All right. All right. Bye-bye.
See ya. Okay, we'll continue on with the story. Hopefully we're not too tall for that. Yeah, should be fine. Why is there... Oh, that's an ostrich up there? I should probably take off this face mask. I don't know if that's helpful to us at all. I'll probably drop that too. Oh, we've done a lot of this. Okay, I see now. I see now how this is. Oh, delivered to the adventurer. That's crazy. Okay, anyway. Our job is to move forward. Hey, she didn't point a gun at us this time. That's nice.
Close your eyes. It's okay. You can trust me.
recap for everyone who forgot. Rainey has a disease because she's pregnant. Part of like pregnancies are kind of stuck in a late point in the pregnancy, and they the fetus no longer develops. The baby is kind of stuck at a certain point in time, and so she's been pregnant at 7 months for the last, you know, who knows how long, and she's getting a checkup from this lady who can reach inside of people. Put the baby in a pod for a second.
It's a healthy baby girl.
Wait, I thought she couldn't do this.
She's beautiful. She certainly is. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes.
Oh, it can't be more than 3 minutes.
Waves? Yes, they are. Your womb is connected to a beach. Now, open your eyes.
Masterpiece. Cinema.
Rainey.
Cinema.
The child you're carrying is not dead. It's just that time is stopped in your womb. Your daughter and her mother are in perfect health.
But there's still no treatment, is there?
When the balance between our world and the beach is finally restored, you will give birth.
What does that mean?
There's nothing to worry about.
What?
Come on. All in due time. So wait and have faith that you and your child will be fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What about you?
Someday I'll have a son, but until then I get to see him once a month. It'll all work out.
Yeah.
For all of us.
Sorry, but would it be all right if I took another look at your pod?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, I'll head back first.
The thing is, when I did my examination on your pod, I got the strangest feeling. The BB in that pod was there far longer than any typical BB. I'd like to check your pod's production number. If it's an official model, it'll have one inscribed on it.
I can tell you right now, there's no number written on it.
No, it wouldn't be on the outside. It would be inscribed on the inner wall. Now, you can't open a pod without endangering the BB's life, but there is a way that we can peek inside. See? Right there. See, a pod's production number is a record of when the occupant was transferred from the still mother's womb. Sort of like a BB's date of birth.
Impossible. 11 years ago. On the very same day as the Void Out.
Lou's date of birth was 11 years ago.
And not just that, the serial number is BB00, which would make Lou one of the first test subjects.
Yeah, that would appear to be the case, yes.
If we scour
His
the
wife-
archives for any mention of BB0...
His wife got captured in the Void Out while she was pregnant, right? And she said it wasn't hers, but it doesn't really matter. The child was there. is there a chance that just Lou is the child?
Zero. There's a chance we might learn more about Lou's past.
You really should try and put this behind you. And digging up the past won't help.
I think it's time we return to the DHV Magellan. You know, Sam, seeing as you've come so very far, you should take a moment to see to any unfinished business before you commit to new obligations.
So we're gonna be stuck somewhere for a while before we can move on? Is that what he's implying with that? I think we're good for the time being. We'll move forward. I don't think there's anything that we really need to get done. We have new patterns of the Magellan. What's happening with the groundwater? Notice the groundwater on the other side of the ridge is kind of warm. Tar currents are quite complex. Okay. I was out and realized who you were when I rescued me in the mountains, but now I figured it out. You're the one who rescued me from the armed survivalist base and brought me to the Dowser's place. Can't believe you saved me twice. What a hero. Okay.
Hey!
Oh. Someone called Charlie has logged the score in the VR training porter mastery program. Do you think it was Hartman's doing, or is there someone else here apart from us? There's no way Charlie could have done the training himself. It's kind of eerie if you ask me. We'll move forward and we'll get going with the story, I think.
Thank you.
In the place where I came from, no one gave birth to babies. They just stayed inside their mother's bellies.
Well, in our world, babies are born and grow up to be adults. Or at least they're supposed to.
It's only natural that Tamara wouldn't understand. After all, she was living in a realm of the dead. I wouldn't expect children to be born into such a place.
But Rainey's baby will be born, right?
In due time, of course. Isn't that so?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Raindrops are falling on my head. And just like the guy whose feet are too big for his bed, nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head, they keep falling.
I've not met the fisherman yet, Skankinson.
I just did me some talking to the sun.
Oh wait, no, I have.
Oh, that was terrible.
Wait, no, I definitely have met the fisherman. Who's... Yes, there's a lot of Moby Dick going on the side there.
I thought it was pretty good, actually.
So you'll be a mother who gives birth to her baby.
And it looks like there's gonna be a raid boss, basically.
Just can't wait.
I'm kind of looking forward to the late game content for this one.
Talk about terrible, Sam. I've heard
dogs with better tone.
Bro. I think I'm gonna camp out there till I max him out. That's fair. I'm worried about the fight. The fight with the Lord. Or whatever. I'm too worried about not being prepared enough. So I'll probably play through the game more and hit the raid boss, apparently. At least that's the vibe I get from that. Now that I think about it, I had something and I lost it. A realization that just occurred to me.
Tarman here. I'm pleased Rainey's feeling better. And now that that's settled, we're all set to continue linking up the continent. Your next main order requires you to...
If it's a raid, we should buddy up. I don't think it's a multiplayer raid, though. I think it's like a mega boss. I'd be up for it, though.
I think it's high time this old girl's weaponry got a bit of an upgrade. I've gotten in touch with a researcher based in Southport Knot for this very purpose. I'll need your help, of course, but the details can wait until we get there. I'm sure you're eager to get underway, but the tar currents nearby have grown unstable. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
It's going to be a bumpy ride.
I'd like everyone to assemble on the bridge before departure. Come and join us as soon as
I did void on the way around the lake. Yes. Actually, I don't know if I can see the... Yeah. So I voided out here. I don't know why it's not marked up right now, but yeah, this is where I voided out. It was pretty brutal.
So, operations at the Eastern Environmental Observatory are managed by just one man, all alone in the mountains.
Oops. Thank you for the gifted memberships. That's very generous. Thank you. I'm pulling it up so I didn't miss anything, but it was a void that forced a reset. Forced a reset. You voided out at the facility? That's pretty brutal. Yes, thank you so much, Ubs. Oh gosh, I need to... Oh, okay, yeah. So what I did was when I voided out, I had dropped off all my stuff before I went into the fight, far enough away so it didn't get voided out. So I got away with it. I didn't have to reset. So get wrecked. If somebody wants, they can hop in. I just ran out of... I ran a battery on my controller. If somebody wants to hop on and keep people occupied while this is going on, I am going to put on the one piece of branding I have, which is the bees video. And I'm going to see if I can find batteries in like a little bit. And if not, we'll find something else because I don't know how well I can do without batteries. I'd have to change another. I have to go keyboard and mouse, and I don't want to do that. So. Oh wait, no. I have a wife who has a controller. I can steal her batteries. Okay, wait. Actually, let's do this. It all pays off. Nice. Hey Skank, how's it going?
How we doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I was able to find batteries that I can steal, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh, there we go. I was gonna just fill time for you by reading more Hamlet.
I
trying to
still
figure out where I left off here.
I've been meaning to watch the play again. It was a while ago I watched the Laurence Olivier one.
Extreme conditions. You
But
cannot
yeah.
afford to let despair take root in your
Yeah,
heart.
I found out
Hope
there's a recent
is an
one that I've been told about
indispensable
that
asset.
I'm trying to track down and might have a lead on because the internet has everything.
Wait, what were you
But
trying to
I'm
track
hoping
down?
to. Boosteel was telling me about one of the recent ones
Mhm.
where Hamlet was played by the guy Moriarty from the BBC Sherlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I heard like he's ranting and raving about it, and I think he's got a way to track it down.
Oh,
So
okay.
he is on the case and may or may not be able to secure that for me. Other than that, there's like 5 other versions of that. I've got an Audible audio one and just the book.
I know it's not Hamlet, but one of the Coen brothers, I think it was Joel, did the Macbeth one on Apple TV with Denzel Washington and Frances McDormand and a bunch of other people.
Nice. I have the Michael Fassbender one that came out a couple years back, probably around the same time, honestly, of Macbeth. But I'm trying to be focused here,
Yeah,
at least a
that's
little
fair.
bit.
I was a big fan of watching the I shared a clip with you, but the Richard III that was what's his name? One of the actors from like Lord of the Rings and
Yeah, no, I was like kind of like half watching that, and all of a sudden I just like look down and just laugh out loud as I see he's at the urinal. I'm like, what is going on?
the fourth wall break in that scene, it like gave me chills the first time I saw it. It was intense. But yeah.
The benefits of the cargo you brought, but the truth of the matter is that it won't make a difference for him that quickly. What no doubt served to give him immediate comfort was the presence of a helpful soul. You, Sam. Porters can be bearers of life for those struggling in darkness. He'll not soon forget what you've done, nor the warmth that filled his heart when you arrived.
Done for the day. I'm not done for the week, but it's now my weekends, and it's a beach day. There they are.
You're at the beach?
I am.
Nice.
Oh yeah. I mean, down here it's Puget Sound is less than only like 10 minutes away from just about anywhere you are.
Yeah. It's still fun though.
Oh, yeah, basically, I need to take my paddleboard up.
You've just been paddleboarding around the Puget Sound? Is that what you're saying?
I have not. I gotta get them back into commission. Make sure I know
okay.
where all my fins are. Remember where I stashed my my pumper and all that good stuff. So, I mean, so far the weather has just been every now and again the odd, like really, really good day, and was never like ready to take advantage of it like fully by going out on the water.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I did do my first sauna / cold plunge a couple weeks back.
Oh. How'd that go?
It was weird, man. It was. It's weird to be like fully stimulated to sweat everywhere all at once without what that's not attached to any effort you're exerting. It's strange.
Yeah.
I mean, like fun kind of strange, but it's weird.
It feels like a lot. To do a cold plunge.
It was. It was. But I went with a buddy, and so there's the whole like, well, I can't be completely outdone here. I gotta go in.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
That'll do it. Awesome.
How long did it take you to finish your gun?
How long did it take to finish?
Yeah, did you finish on stream or did you have to keep going after you kind of tapped out?
As I tapped out, I didn't have too much left for it. For the most part, it was I think it was like a couple weapons left I had to cut out. But most of them were not stuff that I ended up putting on my thing, so I just have them sitting around in the box. So I pretty much finished everything that I have up there on stream. So it took around 3 hours? Was that how long that stream was?
I just looked at the numbers, so I kind of dipped out. I think it would work eventually, but it's like 3.5 on one thing.
Yeah. So not too crazy long.
Yeah, fine and noble use of your weekend.
Oh yeah. Well, there's something nice about having, you know, something that you can work on and have in your hands.
Definitely. How many of those have you done? How full up is are your shelves with all these things?
So one of them my wife made, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that I've made.
Okay.
And then one that my wife put together. That's 9 weekends right there.
It sounds so cozy and soothing as a hobby, honestly.
Yeah, it is. It's great. And I'm not even doing the crazy stuff, right? Where like people will paint them and, you know, put kits together. You know. It's just, you know, cutting and putting it in. I just picked up an ostrich, and it was like injured, and I don't know if I should just drop it off at the nearest spot or make the long journey to bring it home to the.
I hate how guilty catching animals makes me feel if I'm not going to take care of them quickly.
Because it's gonna get back there. It's gonna get back to the animal shelter eventually, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I know this game is showing me I'm more of a completionist than I realized. If I know if the mechanics are smooth enough. Yeah, I wasn't nearly as bothered by this in version 1, but it's. Yeah, I know everything they did to smooth out the mechanics just makes everything.
Yeah,
it obliterates so much of the friction.
It feels a lot more fun to do that with too, right? Like, I don't know. I'm having fun finding out all the little things that they've like made, all the items. Being able to like launch yourself with the cargo launcher now and things like that.
Oh my god, I can't wait to like find an excuse to use. Have you gotten the briefcase rockets?
The what? The what?
There's like a briefcase with like rockets that you can throw, and as you throw it, it'll fire rockets.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Yeah, no, I'm excited to artillery one of those guys with a cargo launcher.
To find a good excuse to just, launch something
Yeah,
out.
I mean, I guess that's probably what our Moby Dick raid boss is going to be. Just a lot of that.
Yeah. Grim, I still not gotten custom emojis set up. I'm sorry. I literally set it up as the minimum possible thing. So I do need to add to it.
What are the limitations on custom emojis? I feel like you just need to like just fill your thing with like clips from Disney's Robin Hood. Just every possible expression Robin Hood gives us there.
That would be good. That'd be good. I remember I had a bunch of art that I had put together for like a little mini video game I had made. And so that's what my last emojis were before I canceled memberships. So it was a bunch of rocks. And yeah. I don't know. I don't know what people want. But that's just my other piece of it. I'd have to like create stuff. Probably.
Yeah. I don't know. The whole side of everything is like that feels like too much work. I don't want to learn Discord. Somebody from the what is it, the writers of meeting, she reached out to me. It's like, do you want to be a part of this? Do you want to? We'll give you a channel. We'll give you a space. And I'm like, this is awesome. This is so great. And I've done nothing in the 3 weeks since she's given all that to me.
I don't know.
But again, I mean, part of that's there are so many things to do that are about writing that aren't writing.
Yeah.
Which it's really important for me to say out loud because I have not made nearly the kind of progress on any or last issue. So I gotta.
I think I'm 800 words in, and I haven't made any updates in the last 3 or 4 days to it, really. So I still need to mess around with it.
Yeah.
More.
Yeah, I think I need to start actually like just writing without aim right now because I don't have. Like last time, it was a lot more kind of like idea generation. Like I already kind of like worked out my whole bit about like the thing about like digitizing your consciousness. That's not you living forever.
Mm-hmm.
That's you forcing the rest of us to deal with yourself forever. It's the most obnoxious version of a statue you can imagine.
That's fair.
And so at least as a thing that I was playing with, I was like, I knew that if I could figure it away, that's something I really wanted to work in there. And also the idea of, well, this didn't come in at all because just too much effort to try and figure out how to write one who is actively insane. But the idea that like a brain being disembodied just goes berserk.
Mm-hmm.
Just doesn't know what it is anymore.
Yeah, detective is a very much more elusive kind of topic and idea.
Yeah, which now I have a little more sympathy for everyone who's like, I need more. Like, it's fine. I'm like, well, I don't have a lot that I'm working off of right now. But I know Luke was talking about like counterfeiting for a while. I feel like there's something there.
Like counterfeiting as the investigation?
It's just well, I mean, I threw in the comments like this actually like a whole like issue on counterfeiting, or just the idea of a counterfeit could be really interesting. Because again, like, we talk about a lot of like fake it till you make it type stuff. Again, it's sort of like a loose image that can be explored in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
But detectives tracking down counterfeiting, finding an absurd thing to counterfeit like Pokemon cards or something would be fun. Of course, then also I came across a Metal Gear Solid 2 video that's going on about the etymology of Solidus Snake's name, which apparently that was like the name of Solidus Snake, or Solidus was like one of the early words from which the word soldier comes from, and it comes from like the standard day's wage a soldier would be paid in like the Roman army or something like that. I'm like, well, that's interesting.
Oh, okay.
And and also the idea of something that can be copied, something that is not, it's not unique, it's reproducible.
Okay.
Which is, well, you haven't played it yet, doggone it, but that is part of, I mean, that is part of the thing of being a clone of the boss. Is you have to is coming to grips with like your replaceability. So there's a strong metaphor for a soldier there. It's like, how do you find individuality in a profession vocation who their first job is to like destroy your individuality?
Yeah.
Feels like I've been waiting forever.
Like there's not a real sense in which there's like a personal touch to being a soldier.
I have inventions to
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's in a lot of ways a liability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not really interested in your secret, sacred, authentic self.
How dare they?
I'm increasing our allocation of materials.
Well, we say that, and then at the same time we have, you know, like, how does the military as a vehicle for social justice or any of these causes is just also a very interesting angle to this, as a way to like try to recruit people or to improve their image.
Oh yes,
It's very similar to the same sense in which, you know, companies are trying to do that too.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those sort of like formative things that is kind of like a really, really big thing in the background of things like the civil rights movement. It was World War II was a mechanism that forced the melting pot to mingle.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no, there's stories of like I've heard stories of like Indiana corn boys who like come up to like a rabbi chaplain at their camp, and they're like going to actually check and see if he has horns on his head or not.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. But again, part of that's also well, I mean, Michelangelo's Moses. Moses has horns.
Yeah.
But that's because the text is doing fun things there.
Yeah.
You have two. It's sort of a which way ancient Israel? Are you gonna follow this horned creature or that horned creature?
It's such a fun meme too. What was the one I was thinking of the other day that I had put in our chat? It was the which island party are you going to? Are you going to the island party that's you know, that's John the gives John the revelation, or are you going to the other island parties?
Oh, the one with the gosh, that would be, and that is an interesting story juxtaposition there. I mean, like you've got the New Jerusalem versus Babylon fallen in Revelation, but then sort of spinning that as you know, John's island versus the other islands with its own weird temple structures and stuff. That is, I mean, this is just not a thing I pay a ton of attention to. So there's other people that would be much better at sort of I don't know, exploring that in the screen. So somebody picked that up. Somebody pays attention to this.
I'm sure someone
Grim and Massey on it or something.
Okay, I think this is enough.
Wait. I just left a birthday party,
Mhm.
and they sent me away with a full pizza.
Order accepted.
It is a
Thank you.
like Indian food / pizza
Oh.
fusion. And
Yeah.
so it's interesting, but also like I have no idea what's on this pizza.
Feels good.
It's very colorful.
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 Interesting.
With green veggies. I think that's just chicken, and it's bright red.
Okay, so it's like
With
a
purple onions.
Okay.
Good. Good.
Yeah, I mean, I keep hearing about Indian Italian fusion, and every time I hear about it, I'm like extremely tempted to hunt it down.
No, that was one of the fun parts. Was doing Uber for a little while in the winter months. Was just getting sent to all these like unique and interesting restaurants. Found my way into this like Indian restaurant in Renton. Like, I would never be here. Like, I would never this would never find its way in my map. But I kind of want to come back on my own time.
Yeah.
It's also not too far away from. There's a park. I don't want to say it's in Kent, Washington.
Okay.
But it is like Neil Armstrong on the moon, like theme.
Interesting.
And so yeah. So it's like a bouncy playground surface, and it's all gray. There's no craters, but there's a little, like a kid-sized version of those lunar module you can climb into, and a little rover you can sit on. Very cool. Very cool.
Sorry, I was silent for a second. I think BT showed up for a second while I was on the water. And I don't see him anymore, but that did scare me for a second.
I was really glad when we hit that, like, learn to use the EX capture grenade fight. Because that's really like the first time I've been really kind of like worried about the beatings.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was the first time they'd like, posed a significant problem. I avoided out in the desert, but that was more just like I got like taken by surprise.
Yeah. No, that fight was brutal. I was just not prepared for it.
Well, I mean, so I was like completely like the way that I had been playing the game up to that point. I was like completely separated from all of my trucks, and I'm like, it's not that far. I can strike it, and so I'm riding my trike. You're so completely loaded down with like the materials,
mm-hmm.
and I'm just like, I had like four blood grenades, the capture grenades, and like my boomerang, and that was it.
For me, it was I couldn't get on top of anything. Like, I felt like I kept, every time I jumped on a building, it was going down into the tar too fast. I couldn't, like, move consistently. I was also distracted listening to Ron talk at the same time.
See, I was sort of like, I can just go far enough around it that that I'll be able to avoid it. Not realize like, oh no, this is I'm getting railroaded here. The game is funneling me to a fight I can't avoid.
Yeah.
But I was so far on the fringe that there was like some like kind of like rocks jutting up that were always above the tar, so I had a stable place to stand.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just like basically after getting voided the first time, I'm like, well, the boomerang started to work pretty well, and so I really just like loaded up on blood bags and just boomerang them for 30 minutes.
Yeah. Did you get voided out that fight too, or did you end up surviving?
Because I took the trike, and because the cargo was also do not submerge, I left it on my back. I didn't dump it anywhere.
Got it.
And so I got voided out, but it was worth it. The food trader because I just had to go back to plastic.
I just dropped something off at the Ghost Hunter, and then 2 steps outside of the Ghost Hunter, I found an extra large package of his just sitting out.
How fun was the headless? Did you do the headless horseman?
I did. That was,
oh my
that was
gosh,
great.
that was great. Oh, that was the first. I'm like, am I playing Mario Kart? This is amazing.
Sorry for the trouble. Checking orders now.
I've been playing several games where like they do really cool things, and
Didn't expect you to bring me this.
I'd like to see more of it, but I just don't know how they would include it, right? Like, how do you include more vehicle combat in this game? And it's... I don't know. I don't know how you would go about that. You might need a different game to take advantage of that.
I don't know. Part of me feels like I kind of want to almost hope for like a Mario level maker mode where you can just mod things to share with other players.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that would be a lot of fun.
That does sound fun.
Yeah. I mean, but also just realize that in a real sense, a lot of this game is kind of Minecraft with R-rated ghosts.
In some ways, Minecraft is even scarier than this game.
Oh, God.
At least that's how it feels to me. It's if you're in a bad spot in Minecraft, it feels not good in any sense. Have you used the coffin surfboard stuff?
Not yet, because I'm so I've been doing so much kind of like road repair.
Oh, okay.
And stuff like that. I'm pretty scrapped for chiral crystals right now. I need to go off and do a farming session before I can really play around with it. But now that I want to hang around with the fishermen, like I feel like that's going to be like the tool for it.
There you go. In my game, there's a lot of kind of stuff hanging out. Like a lot of the surfboards are just kind of left around. And so I've been able to pick them up every once in a while. And their only main limitation is you have to use them on the network.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're also free energy-wise on the water, which is nice.
Lousy weather, huh? Thanks for coming in spite of it.
Really?
Hold on a sec.
Yeah.
Check the orders.
They move
What?
super fast over water.
Oh.
Or tar, I guess.
Yeah.
Because it really isn't water, but I don't think there is. Maybe the rivers are water, now that I think about it.
In flawless condition. I'm impressed. I mean it. Wait. Is that what I think it is? I can't.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Yeah.
The weather's still bad, huh? Stay as dry as you
No, that was the thing I realized after. Watching some commentary videos on DS1 after finishing it, and just realized like, oh, I was just such a kind of brute force walk everywhere. It wasn't super interested in actually learning anything new. Like I don't think I made 2 zip lines in the first game.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was, yeah. I didn't. I mean, I have since learned my lesson, and so like I zip lined up the inventor's little island over there, and I'm working on the zipline network to make getting around to the fishermen a lot easier.
I will say, like, I haven't really touched zip lines this game. But the first game I had, by the time that I got zip lines, you're in the mountains anyway, so you just kind of set up these networks and get around really fast.
Yeah. Were you surprised going to, let's see, just before the ghost biologist, or no, just before the ghost hunter, because the one of the sisters that was on the, kind of like in the middle or to the top of the mountain, were you kind of like bummed out how easy that delivery was?
To get to the very top?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't too crazy difficult. I just don't know what they would do to make it more so, maybe.
I mean, I like I didn't have to get off my trike to get there. It was a piece of cake, and I kind of like took a little, like took a beat before even starting out. Just part of me is like, okay, awesome, we're gonna get back to like opening in the mountains. Gonna be real kind of like tested endurance. There's no roads out here and stuff like that. It's like this. At some point, and no, like barely even kind of stalled out in the snow. Still a little bit expecting the delivery to be a little bit more kind of epic and challenging than it was.
I think it's fair. I think the way that I did it, yeah, I guess there wasn't like a huge preparation for it. It was pretty kind of, I just had everything and just went for it, you know?
Yeah.
Stretch my legs.
One thing that I didn't expect with Death Stranding 2 is that I thought this game would be something totally different. I thought they would go like a completely different direction with everything. So I was a little surprised by that. There's still time to surprise me, but... I kind of expected Kojima to do another round of Metal Gear Solid 2, new protagonist. Sam's story has been told. Let's do the next thing.
Wait, is that the, I don't even know what it is called, but like his other espionage thing?
The other what thing?
Are you talking about the, what was it, like SIGINT or something like that? Or isn't he working on another?
Oh yeah, he's working on like a horror game. With like one of the guy who didn't Get Out and everything. Is that Jordan Peele, I think?
Oh really?
Yeah. There was a trailer for it that came out a while back with what's that person's name? It was the person that was that people were saying that like they should play Link online. It was like a fan casting, but
no idea.
Yeah. So who knows where that's gonna be or if it's ever gonna come out, but that's all I've heard on that end of things. Oh no. There we go.
Look. So this is the second of your streams in a row where I'm jumping into a body of water.
Are you doing that right now?
I'm just tipping my toes in, but
oh, okay.
But my involuntary yelp, and I'm like, wait, I did this last time you were going.
How did you even... Oh, wow, you found this? What a real...
You're nothing if not consistent, you know?
I don't know where I'd be without it. Have enough materials? I've made more available to you if you need.
Good, it's a good thing I'm a dog with like 3 different TLC bones I'm chasing right now because we're about to hit summertime heat where I'm just going to be pulled every other direction.
Yeah, you have a lot of stuff on your plate.
I was thinking this might be of use to you.
I mean,
so take
Stuff that has been forced onto your plate for some of
Hey. Well, I mean, when hipster you discovers this really obscure, like, 15th century British author nobody's ever heard of or talked about, you know, you get really excited.
That's fair.
I made another
Hey.
trinket I think you'll like. A special knot. It's a charm that'll help you form stronger bonds with the people you meet on your travels. Attach it to your backpack. Till next time, Sam.
And again, I mean, well, this is I'm learning a lot about the real power that, you know, a really encouraging person can do, like how powerful somebody encouraging you can have an effect on you.
Mm-hmm.
And that Busatil is very, very excited about my Shakespeare era.
Oh, that yeah, I guess he is the person who would, you know, be very interested in encouraging that. And be a great person to encourage that too.
Oh my god. Yeah. So it's and I'm also happy that like I'm just the delightful experience of just like feeling the language start to kind of click in a little bit. Like the first kind of go through the first 2 acts was like a slog and just kind of reposting my notes on Twitter and I'm just I'm tracking. This is like a 65% like meaning transferal rate rather than like 30 to 40.
Yeah. And you're finding yourself
Again,
kind of getting into the groove of the language? Is that kind of what you're pointing to?
yeah,
Yeah.
yes. And just, I mean, gosh, something so beautiful about laughing at 400-year-old jokes.
Yes. That does feel very good. And to know that somebody was like, I don't know. Yeah, that, like, it's, somebody thought like you that long ago, maybe, is part of that.
I mean, it's scary, dude. It's, gosh, like, Hamlet is just insane. Like, ugh.
As soon as Mark S posted kickflip in the chat, I almost flipped over on my coffin skateboard over here. Anyways,
I really love. I mean, there was a little bit of that with like the floating carrier, you know, but they're just like, again, like Kojima just went like, all right, let's go all in.
Yeah.
And again, in doing so with a coffin, which is such a Moby Dick artifact.
It is interesting that like he has these connections that he just kind of holds on to. These like, you know, again, stories that he kind of keeps on referencing over and over and over again.
Especially again, like finding that I'm just doubly excited because again, like he's not coming from like the Western Christianized symbolic field, and so I don't know what Moby Dick he's reading, you know.
Yeah. Like, what is Moby Dick to like to Japan? I think isn't it a fascinating question in itself.
Yeah, I was in my camping trip over at Forks and whatnot. I wandered into the reservations for the macaw, stop by their museum. The macaw are part of their heritage because they're people who live on the coast. Part of their heritage is whaling, and so they have fought for their kind of like ancestral fishing rights to go whaling. And so there's a lot that like half of the museum is just looking at all of their whaling canoes and their like spears and stuff like that. I tried to talk to all the tour guides about Moby Dick, and they were not interested. But again, like a very much another sort of thing where I'm like, how do you? Yeah, no, I would love to hear like a really thoughtful kind of read from that community. Because I mean, Moby Dick is very much. It's also a book that's very kind of critical about overturning or making sure that, or kind of like forcing us to confront like the ghosts of American kind of like colonialism, settlements, stuff like that. And the ship's named after the Pequod, which are a tribe that I think was especially like decimated, not in the Roman sense, but in the newer sense, which is obliterated.
Weather couldn't have made it easy, but you made it here safe and sound. Give me a sec to check. Now that is in downright perfect condition. I can't believe it.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
I think the tough part with that too is that, you know, if somebody is able to communicate the kind of cultural layer, there's a sense in which, like, if they have the interest in Moby Dick, they speak Japanese or in that world, like, who is going to translate that for an audience that like can hear it from us for us, you know. It almost would take a bilingual person, and then that bilingual person might as well just read the original Moby Dick, and not and not go out of their way to read the translation of the thing.
Weather's still pretty shitty, so
Well, that's, I mean,
step out there.
that's like two different skill sets. One, like being able to read well versus being able to recommunicate that in your own language.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just came across like there's like a new translation of the Brothers Karamazov that just came out recently. I haven't read any of the other ones, mind you, but the fact that this book is like, no, we finally got it or something like that.
We did it this time, guys.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's been pretty interesting. I mean, there's a lot of hubbub about the most recent more translations by Emily Wilson.
Yeah.
Certain folks griping about how, different kinds of concerns that she brought to the text, and some really interesting kind of criticism that shows how you can, I don't know, like, shove your ideology into a translation that affects the read. Now, I'm not sure. I don't know. I have to go back and look at some of these things again, because I read my book club did Iliad, and I picked up her version of the Iliad, and still felt like I was able to kind of get at the strangeness, the oldness, and the Greekness of the story.
Yeah.
But that's also because I have, a modest amount of awareness of those cultural differences. I'm looking out for them to kind of see where, like honor, shame, values are really kind of like openly a part of the text. And that's the sort of things they would have to deal with. Maybe either undermine or just not be aware of how important it is to bring those to the fore.
Well, I think that's something that has worried me in the past, of like, or warned me away from reading any classical literature, is because, there's all the back and forth on, what is a good translation versus a bad translation, and everybody says this one's the bad one and this one's a good one. So I have Wilson on my bookshelf. I just haven't read her Odyssey translation. And part of what's kept me away is just that there's all this controversy around it, so I'm like, I don't even know if I'll even want to touch this in the first place. But
I read it. It was very readable. It flowed really well, which, especially if you haven't read it before, it's a good it's not a terrible kind of first encounter. It may be the sort of thing where it's the kind of translation that doesn't it's not really trying to give you much more than the surface of the text necessarily, so it doesn't reward like deep. Are you getting all these train whistles?
I'm getting some weird stuff in the background, but I'm hearing most of what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm getting that.
I'm just gonna mute myself.
Interesting.
I'm also tweeting at Annie and Kale about Lewis's Tilia Faces right now. Apparently, Kale just read it for the first time.
I still haven't read it. I need to read that.
like I was part of the reason I brought it up is I think you should, in part because it's one of the main characters. You have a certain sort of like your main viewpoint character, and she's got a couple different kind of archetypal cultural voices on her shoulders, trying to give her different forms of guidance.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those is sort of like the embodiment of stoicism.
Oh, okay.
And it's I mean, by my reading, Lewis is trying to help you see the fact that this bottoms out before it really delivers the good. So, like, there's this early conflict between, like, he's like the philosopher, teacher, tutor, and he's constantly getting into fights with like the old esoteric hermetic priest of the blood religion. And it's sort of framed where, like, initially he's trying to kind of make it really, really easy for you to like completely be on the side of Team Fox at the beginning. Then you have these later experiences with the book that are like, well, maybe he's not as fully with reality as he claims to. So, and considering how we've all been enjoying Ryan Holiday's clowning himself for the last 48 hours, it's timely.
Yeah, that's been a bit wild to see just how much, I don't know, like he's been kind of caught up in that.
So I saw on Twitter today, somebody's like, no, he just knows who buys his books. This is also the guy who wrote Trust Me, I'm Lying. Who's like the marketer for the horrendously dishonest marketer for American Apparel.
Oh.
Who wrote the playbook that the alt-right seized and made a lot of use of in like 2015, 16, 17 issues. Which that is also a very interesting book. Trust Me, I'm Lying by Ryan Holiday.
Interesting. I'd never heard of that book.
Yeah, that's a good shoot, that would be a great. We gotta throw that one. Like a book club with app would be amazing.
Oh. There we go.
But and I mean, also, like, he's not wrong. Like, I remember going to a bookstore with my Texas family, and it's I think it's owned by one of those. Gosh, I think it's like it's an no, San Antonio or whatnot. It's owned by this lady who wrote this book, like Furiously Happy or something like that. So a bunch of kind of like NPR memoirs, sort of person. And we were just wandering through, and a lot of these kind of like bookstores are 40% books and 60% trinkets.
Yeah.
And all of the trinkets are like monogrammed, like towels and socks that are all about the subtle art of not giving a fuck, sort of like like sweary positive self-talk, stuff like that. Again, I was wandering around the store with my like 8-year-old nephew. I'm like, yeah, bud, let's go. Let's go find books about aliens, bro. Let's try that.
I mean, when books don't sell anymore, what else do you do?
Sell yourself as the idea of being the kind of person who reads.
I mean, yeah. Because it's cool to read, but it's not, necessarily what people want to do, so.
I mean, this is all going from somebody who buys more books than he has time to read, so,
Don't most people, though, if you buy books at all?
Yeah.
That's kind of standard practice now.
Yeah, I have been having a good time because I've been searching for like the optimal printed version of like a Shakespeare text, just the sort of thing that's like the best kind of like just simple bare bones like performative reading experience, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, I've basically done like 2 or 3 laps of all of the used bookstores in my town, based off of whatever like text I'm looking for. Because for a minute there I didn't have because the start whole journey before I came across the one book on Shakespeare's tragedies that started to rock my world, and me realize like, okay, I start with Hamlet and then work my way forward. But I was initially going to doing King Lear because that's the one that had the most impact on Moby Dick. And so part of me is like, all right, I'm just going to grab King Lear, and while I have time, I'll kind of like fiddle through it. I downloaded it and was listening to it off and on my road trip. And so I was like, I got like 1 or 2 different copies of that. It's just sort of like, well, I had one that was just like a solid like reader copy, and then another one that was, I don't know, specifically like a director's copy that sort of really, really kind of goes into like, okay, this is what you want your actors to be doing. This is how I stage my actors. These are the kinds of directions I gave them. It's sort of kind of like flooding the actors with context so that they have a lot to perform off of rather than just the bare bones of the text. But that in and of itself is an interpretation, a commentary.
Yeah. Well, that's the interesting part about theater too, is that it has to be kind of breathed out to be fully understood, and even then, that's based off of interpretations or the personality of the person who is organizing it and acting in it, and all the other pieces that go into it.
You'll appreciate this, but in study on Thursday in Boosted Hill was just like, yeah, no, all recorded versions of plays, they suck. And our dear tectonic head of school is like, well, no, they don't. I mean, it's like, no, they suck. Like it's not there. It's like, well, you could still get. So Sartori was being Sartori about technology, and Booster was like, no, there's no soul to them. It's you have to be in the room.
Well, and yeah, and there's the, that was part of what Sartori was arguing in that, was that, what is the minimum that you will allow to, just say you got some of the experience and that's enough to get you started. It's kind of like the translation thing, right? Like, is a bad translation enough to just say, oh, it's okay. If that's your first encounter with it, it's fine. Maybe this isn't the best thing for like long term. If you come back to it, go back to it with a different thing. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna say over and over again that like my actual like past experience with Shakespeare is embarrassingly minimal. Like it's frankly embarrassing. Like I was almost just gonna keep being the like I just refuse to put it into my mental library to give myself some weird formation, but realized no, I'm just impoverishing myself. Well, again, after going through 2 acts of it, I'm like, no, I'm just basically like trying to get by as a literary person with like a severe amputation. That's stupid.
Yeah.
But a couple years back, one of my sisters was visiting me, and so part of me was like, all right, let's find stuff to do for like the 4 days there in town. And we came across there was a Shakespeare in the Park was going on. They were performing The Tempest by the waterfront in Olympia. And I'm like, well, this is a thing. We kind of care about books. And again, I know a little bit about how like is aware that like there's a magician in The Tempest and whatnot. I know it's like his last play, and it's a weird sort of just a couple of memes about it. Yeah. But I had no idea what like the story was or anything like that. Wasn't prepared really to listen to or like figured I wasn't going to be really capable of kind of rocking the language as much as yet. But it still was a tremendously moving experience.
even then, it was a. You would say it was a very moving experience.
Yeah, it was a really powerful experience. There were a couple kind of, parts of it that really captured me. But still, if you're talking about like, did I understand what happened? Not, no, like hardly at all. It ends with a marriage and stuff like that, which is nice and sweet and kind. And the air spirit, that poor girl who has to play the Hermes role of running to and fro everywhere as the messenger. Like she's literally running back and forth all around the stage, up and down, around the audience, and just the whole like physicality of that was kind of like thrilling and delightful. And what is it like the horrendous stumpy toad guy Caliban was also just a delightfully kind of like froggy performance. Uh, yeah, it was a real kind of like experience of how much you can kind of communicate even when the language doesn't hit. Like the words themselves, they're meaningless.
Yeah, I feel like I've had some of those feelings about there's some pieces of art I've encountered that I did not understand, but I still found them to be extremely meaningful. I think Death Stranding 1 is up there as like this weird experience where I'm like, maybe I didn't get that, but I felt something come out of that. I think about Blade Runner is another one of those where it took me a few watches before I felt like I was getting somewhere with that.
This is where I'm again impugned myself, but I was so kind of nonplussed on my first viewing that I'm just not excited about it anymore.
What? That's
joke. Like, should more accurately be called Blade Crawler?
Wait, should be what?
Should be called Blade Crawler rather than Blade Runner.
It's one of those movies where
I mean, I'm sure I'll go back again. I mean, part of it is you gotta put yourself into art participant mode, which I wasn't in when I watched it.
That's fair.
And so it's I'm like turning on movie, and the movie is not movie well.
I can see that. I don't know. I still get caught up. I'm now thinking about. Yeah. We talked about it a couple times, but Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, where the movie is like, it has a vibe, and it's like it's a visually beautiful movie, and would be actually a perfect movie if they turned off all the dialogue. You made it a silent movie. I think it actually would be up there. Honestly.
And that is the sort of thing he would do, honestly.
Yeah.
Gosh, if you want to be like an insane, like pretentious director, do a movie that has explicit text that when you do like a black and white silent version of it, it's completely undermined. Oh my gosh,
that would be fun.
That would be yeah. I would have a lot of props for somebody who tried to pull something like that off. And I feel like I don't know. Somebody's talking the other day about Rian Johnson's latest Knives Out movie.
Yeah,
and it is the sort of thing where.
Oh, you still there?
It is the sort of like. Oh yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, no, which I haven't seen it, but it was interesting to talk to you about how, like, there is a certain kind of culture warrior cloak that the movie wears, and so if you're just kind of, again, like watching it like Netflix slop, it'll kind of reconfirm all of your priors.
Mm-hmm.
But if you actually like pay attention to the movie and actually try and like follow the director, it subverts all of that in a way that is actually respectful, or shows Rian Johnson not just subverting for the sake of subverting, a la like The Last Jedi, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know, I just saw the runtime for that. That was too much movie. No, thank you.
Wait, have you still not seen the movie?
I don't have Netflix. That's
Oh,
always
okay.
the first one to get cord cut.
That's fair. That's fair. That one's a good one though. That's a fun
I
movie.
I mean the criticism is certainly like has made me kind of curious to take a peek.
I
But
I really enjoyed all those movies. Even the second one where um the politics is very upfront and like, you know, the most on the nose it can possibly be. At
yeah,
least it's a fun movie to watch. But there is a bit of like, how far can we go to make a character Elon Musk without it being Elon Musk?
I mean, but also, I mean, not remotely as successful or interesting as the actual person. Which again is part of the problem is our media caricatures aren't as interesting or even as over the top as the real people.
No. That's part of the problem is we can't do like parody anymore. Like it's like a lost art.
I Well, that's sort of like the interesting, again, one of the better kind of Malcolm Gladwell podcasts back in the days when I listened to podcasts was him talking to the guy who did like 80s era satire of Margaret Thatcher.
Mhm.
And it was just all of his like over the top caricature. Like people laughed and it just kind of like entrenched them further into like being on Team Margaret.
Yeah.
It's the whole it's like satire is more often than not self-serving for the satirist and doesn't actually do all of like the noble, clever, truth-telling to power communicative acts they claim to be. It's
Well,
really them just
I think the most
throwing a hasty
powerful,
fit.
like, it's not in the satire itself, but it's in the reaction to the satire. Right? Like, if you make fun of somebody in satire and they laugh along with you, it does more for them than you tried to hurt them with. But if they try to
Oh
crack
yeah.
down on it, if they fall into the trap, and then it's just, you know, like the satire is hits its mark. But if it falls short every single time and you don't like the person doesn't care that you're making satire on them, then, you know, it just it only serves them.
Right. Yeah, which is just basically saying like satire in the liberal media world is just so cheap that it's who cares.
Yeah.
Which I know it gets into the like I don't know, still more or less like big deal like yeah the First Amendment is a better idea than any of its alternatives, but the idea of free speech leads to an inflation of value for speech that debases the currency of speech because there's very few kind of like consequences to you saying whatever you want to say. And this, doubly goes for like digitized, like flood the zone with slop. Is just if there's just so much talk all of the time, who cares what anybody has to say? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we're dealing with like the fact, like, if robots can reproduce most of what you would have said, what was the point of you saying it?
Well, that and then also just there's no barrier to building off of that, right? Like there's no barrier to making things anymore, right? Or like there's no sense in which, you know, there's a publisher who's trying to select something that's quality because it reflects on their name if they don't choose something like that. Like that was the Nintendo strategy to bring video games back, was to basically say we are a publisher for our own platform and we will only choose games that we have a seal of approval on, a seal of quality. And, you know, all these like crappy Atari games that were flooding the market, like we're not going to have that problem on our platform.
Yeah.
But now that we're in a world where it's kind of still the Wild West in that sense, right? Of everything, of writing, of video games. There's no sense in which there's any kind of quality metric left. And then now AI or like generative AI can just build all of it anyway. You know, what are we dealing with now? There's also a piece
Yeah.
of this too that like I was talking with Mick Mo about yesterday on the stream, and the way that we talk about art is very like a not even like like a product, you know, almost hides the how bad it is, like that word. But it's like as if it's a thing for an end. Like he was talking a little bit about how there are people who will say, I don't listen to music anymore on Spotify or anything. I just have a Sonos account subscription. And whenever I want to listen to something, I just ask it, hey, can you make me some techno music for whatever I want? And then it just produces what they want to listen to. And it's like it's not really like art has become entertainment exclusively.
I just realized the importance of art is giving you the thing that you don't want.
And can we please not use that that quote that keeps getting put around? The art is to make the comfortable uncomfortable and bring comfort to the uncomfortable, or something like that.
Afflicting the comfortable and comforting the afflicted.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of good truth in that, but I think it often gets used just as like a cudgel to say, like, you know, you don't like this, well, it's real because you don't like it. You're the comfortable and I am the uncomfortable.
Right.
It's
it's
the Dante meme. Joke's on you.
Yeah.
I drew you as the uncomfortable, or as the comfortable, and I am the uncomfortable.
I was really uncomfortable. I had to stab you in hell. Oh, I felt bad about it. And the whole point of the story is the reader is supposed to be like, "But you should feel good about stabbing this person, Dante. Hit him harder." That is a real kind of like weird, bizarre part of it. Is like part of Dante's moral formation is feeling less and less bad about the people the further on he goes.
Yeah. It's a bit bizarre. I still don't know what to make of it.
I mean, it's a real. It's part of this whole strain of kind of like infernalist theology, dare I say, about part of heaven is looking across the chasm at the damned and rejoicing in their damnedness. I think Tertullian was in there. Ephraim the Syrian, his hymns on paradise, the first one, like talks about the joy that happens when we gaze down upon Gehenna and see them trapped forever, or something like that.
Well, and I think there is something about like it's this side of things that makes it kind of weird, right? Because Dante isn't on the side of, you know, he's not at the end of the world. He's still in, you know, the in between times, and so it feels almost too soon to like almost like things could move at any second. So like, why are we? Yeah.
Well, the other thing is the whole call no man happy until he is dead. Like you're unable to actually give a full accounting of their life until their life has been lived in full. But part of your job is kind of giving an accounting. So part of it is Dante's accounting all these people who you can now make the judgment on whether they are happy or they are unhappy. And based on where they are, he's like, yeah, no, they are justifiably unhappy. And that's because they were unhappy in life for whatever reason, because they elevated certain loves above others in an inappropriate and unjust manner.
Okay, I've been missing the chat. People have been putting stuff in. McMosif says free speech makes weak speech always possible. And Olsen asks, what's weak speech? And then Nick Mo says, speech with no power. And then Olsen says, restricted speech only allows for cheap speech. Everything has to be coded in the mundane and normal.
Well, this is interesting to kind of throw in like Dietrich Bonhoeffer's, you know, cheap grace versus costly grace. Kind of playing with that in the realm of cheap speech versus costly speech. I remember when Hamilton came out, the musical and the soundtrack and whatnot. And this happened, I think a little bit after I finished grad school. And so I was pretty well versed in, or had a decent kind of grasp of like honor shame culture dynamics. And I really appreciated all of the dueling in Hamilton because it gave weight to your speech. Is a recognition that words are not cheap. Words have the power to destroy lives and livelihoods. And there is a legal mechanism for if you are throwing words around willy-nilly in a way that is damaging the material lives of others, they can demand your life for it.
And it's not, suing. I think that's the other side of it. Like there's it's not based in the legal system as we know it today.
Right.
There's other recourse.
Yeah. I may not say that dueling is necessarily great, but at least like it's an interesting system of moral values. That's not it. I mean, you can call it barbaric, but it has a rationality that you can argue people into.
Well, that's why we simulate all our dueling now, and so we do it all through Halo 1v1s and
David and Goliath.
Aaron says in chat, I think good writing allows you to insert yourself in the story by filling the blanks and answering a difficult question.
That's one level. It's, but there's also I want to also push back that writing is not just a Rorschach test. Your initial encounters are going to be a Rorschach test because you're like your frame of meaning is your own life, and so art is first going to be meaningful in relation to the things that you've experienced.
Mm-hmm.
And so I mean, like I'm throwing all sorts of kind of like modern analogies to like what Hamlet is going through, playing around with some of them right now, and in a real sense, like this is not what Shakespeare is talking about at all. But you also kind of got to work through the Rorschach phase of your reading. Almost have to kind of like exercise that a little bit so that you can kind of like actually see Hamlet for what Hamlet is doing.
Mm-hmm. And I think there is a way in which like the best writing walks with you through something. And maybe I'm putting too much on the side of Dostoevsky. There's a sense in which he's kind of taking you along with him on a journey. He's not very much like he's not directing you in that same way.
Mm-hmm. And like from what I know of Dostoevsky, it's more like he's trying to get all these things out of himself in a certain sense.
Yeah. Like it's pretty clear that like Ivan is a part of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's also like the great thing about writing is that writing as a technology for freezing speech is it makes these characters an object, which are then subject to analysis. They live outside of you now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also the. I mean, this is what I was talking about with Daniel and in our chat. It's just like the struggle initially with, at least for me, with writing was just there kind of a point in time where I'm just like, I'm just too close to everything I'm trying to do. I can't see my story anymore because I know what I'm trying to do with all of my words, but I'm so close to it that I have no idea if my intent is actually producing that effect in a reader who does not share my context. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's also like 3 or 4 more revisions to my story. It's I'm very happy with it as like a second draft, but and also like I bumped up against my skill ceiling, and also just realized that like half of what I wanted to do would require like doubling the length. So
yeah. I wanted to poke at you with this one. The I don't know, because you evoke this in me, like in this question that I've been kind of thinking about, which is there are topics that I'd want to write about, like, and I would probably be willing to do it in private, but I know that if I wrote it in a public setting and it was like revealed, like out, like I know that by writing about a specific subject, like something that's controversial or has enough kind of cultural attention on it, that the
Like
thing that is the
Islam?
like Islam, I would say even then I think you can kind of sneak by. Like there's enough of it where it's just kind of like there's like a flavor there, but
yeah,
sometimes like there are things that the thing will get more attention than the story that's going on underneath, and Islam could be one of these things. And part of me is like that is a deterrent for me to ever publish anything with that, like with any of those things in it, which is kind of disappointing to me, but at the same time it's like at least that's some sort of restriction on what subjects that I'll choose to approach.
I mean,
publicly at least.
I mean, if we're gonna like keep going as a writers group, and again, as I mentioned earlier, like the power that like a really encouraging voice can have to get you to do things, like Daniel's encouragement on that conversation was just like, oh my gosh, like he sees big things, like he sees us being capable of really really big great things, and he made that abundantly clear in a way that makes me want to like I have a quality audience I want to impress, which is a powerful thing. Like a quality and a generous audience. But also, I mean, like if we're serious about building up like a writers group, then like write some B-sides that need to sit for a while. And we could talk about like building a space for very, very tight, private, curated criticism.
Welcome, Mikmo, to the studio.
Welcome.
Good evening, men.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Oh. You sound very
Count Mikmo.
That's just what happens when I forget that I can't let anyone know I'm a vampire.
You forget that sometimes?
Yeah,
I forget.
The voice like that, part of me wonders if you've recently been like procked as an Ethan Orthodox authority of some sort.
We believe
on
in
my one of the many things I cycled through on my drive yesterday was Tucker talking to Father Josiah Trenum.
Yeah, Trenum's got a weird one. He's from SoCal, right? But he's got the accent. No, I came on because I wanted to keep the encouragement train going, because one of the things that I thought was brilliant about the writing group that you guys have kind of started is the low expectations and the kind of it just kind of being about getting it out of you, just do it, like kind of just doing it. And it was really resonant with a lot of the theories about art and thoughts I had like 10 years ago when me and my buddies decided to do 24-hour EP every year, like to get together and make an EP in 24 hours. Something about just the like, at least the way that it works for music is that's like way not enough time to make a good recording of a song and write a good song and get it mixed well. And by the time you're at the mixing stage, your ears are shot and your brain is done. And so it's all kind of, it's not the best way to do things. But what we found over the years was that it was so helpful for people to just kind of get out of their own head and to just make something.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be Brothers Karamazov, like it can just, it can just be a dumb song about anything. And I think that the writing group can be the same. But at the same time, I will say what we never really got down was explicit critique of one another. That was it's very, very difficult to do. The most positive experiences I've had with stuff like that is all in the athletic sphere. It's all in like coaching. Like coaches are really good at kind of telling you what you did wrong and how to do it better. Artists are oftentimes way too sensitive to really sit through that.
I mean, I won't lie. When Daniel was giving his feedback, I took that all as severe feedback, like hypercritical of my stuff. Partially because there was a particular focus on one passage I had written and how it didn't match what he saw as the right way to do imagery.
Yeah, but that's also like he's introduced. Again, that's another thing I got to get off my butt and kind of dog food the book he sent me just for you guys because it's a phenomenal book. Oh my gosh, it's like especially like it's a book about kind of like tapping into the white hot center of your unconscious, real kind of like fragile stuff.
Okay.
But it's also it's great, and again it's helping you to really see the art in writing, like really like kind of helps you to become like dramatic like humanist critics of the genre. And it already has started to ruin me a little bit. Right before our stream with Ethan while I was in the woods, I was listening to American Gods, and I'm like, man, this book, which has sold millions and millions of copies, completely flunks the Robert Olin Butler test all over the place in ways that are almost like embarrassing now that I have that as like a metric.
I mean,
Which
that
is
just
also
goes
really
to show
invigorating.
you know.
Well,
because I mean that book also kind of gave me a target to aim for. Like this is what you should be trying to do, which it wasn't on any of our radars, and so we weren't even able to try and aim for that. So,
well, it reminds me a little bit of like I'll go through like I was listening to a Nick Cave song, and I was going through comments on YouTube and looking at like what people were thinking, and there's one guy and he's like, you guys are, whoever is mastering your songs is horrible. Like he's so bad at this. Like the mastering on this album entirely is the worst thing I've ever heard. And I have no context for that. Like that just feels like it's a very particular, like once you're in that niche, like you know what's good and bad. But as like a normie listener, I'm like, I like the song. I thought it was good.
Any such cases.
So that's just a world where I'm like, I have no clue.
Yeah, I mean it's a similar thing, right? Like there's schools of thumb at every level of the creating process, you know, at least with music. And there are best practices and there are kind of like tips and tricks. And then there's just the kind of visceral gut feeling of like, this is good or this is not good. And a part of, I don't know, like, I guess what I'm thinking of is the way in which you can do that stuff kind of unconsciously. And most of the best artists do that stuff unconsciously. And then it's the kind of B tier and C tier artists that kind of come along and try to understand, or they think of technique as necessary towards skill or something. But yeah, there's like there's also just like a natural propensity. There's like a gifting uh, differential. You know, some people just are given much more gifting. Like for instance, my sister is a much better musician than me, believe it or not. She can sing better, play better, all of it. And so that just happens. And I don't know, like this is something I've thought about for my whole life, right? Is like it's so rare to be like the best at something or even in like the top 1% or 10% of anything. And I think that that's a big part of our culture that I would, at least that I was raised with, was that like if you're not first, you're last. Like even with art, you know, so it's very strange. Like
dude, I would have said that. Second, third, fourth. Team fifth place.
Yeah, crazy. But yeah, I don't know. I probably don't have the mental acuity tonight to really dive down deep into why somebody might think that Nick Cave's mastering is bad.
Well,
and actually, I have not listened to enough Nick Cave. Like, I
What?
probably didn't even. Yeah, that's one of those things. Like, well, like Skank not having read Shakespeare or whatever he mentioned earlier in the stream. I've been listening for a long time. I just forgot that I could participate and like comment and stuff.
We should get everybody to listen to White Elephant, the song about tearing down old statues that are offensive, and all the statues coming back to life and destroying the world.
Oh gosh. I was told by a friend of mine who used to live not far from where
Oh, you cut out, Skink.
can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
He lived not far from what?
A buddy of mine grew up not far from the Parlato Wedding Palooza, and he says we have to go to the Stone Mountain Laser Show.
Yeah, it will blow your mind if you've never been. It really will.
Never been?
I've been enough. I probably don't really care. Actually, I'd go to see your reaction to it, Skank. Yeah, Stone Mountain is fun. It's you'd probably like hiking it too. My wife was just at a bachelorette trip in Atlanta, and they hiked up Stone Mountain.
Nice. Yeah, we'll see. I'm getting in a day earlier than everybody else. What are you getting into town? You sorted that out yet?
I have not sorted it out. I,
Okay.
notoriously bad at planning things in advance. But also, I've been to Atlanta so often that it doesn't it's not that, and I'll have my car, so it's not that big of a stressor for me at this point.
Yeah.
It's more so got to figure out like work and stuff like that, getting days off, et cetera, and so forth. But and how, how soon or how late do I want to leave my wife here?
Mm-hmm.
My service might get bad. I got to take my dog out away from the Wi-Fi a little bit.
Watch out for the bears.
I might have to to shut us down pretty soon. Gotta eat food and make sushi.
That you're not going to eat?
You're making sushi?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
gonna eat it too. I'm going to eat the sushi as well.
Your steps are out of order there, sir.
Well,
your pre-sushi snack?
Yeah. I still have a lot of oatmeal cream pies to get through that weren't eaten during the camp out. Okay.
By the Hellcat from the woods?
Yes. The Hellcat from the woods loved those Nutty Buddies though.
Can't blame them. Peanut butter and chocolate.
They were almost gone. He was making a sound out there as it was consuming these Nutty Buddies.
The thing is, like, they were all sealed up, so somehow it knew that was the good stuff.
Yeah. It smelled it though. I think plastic's a little bit more porous than we realize.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It depends on its diffusion coefficient and how it was made. And if it was made with virgin resin or not.
You reminded me, Mikmo, of talking about like the best at stuff, because I was realizing you're the best at chemistry.
I'm the best at chemistry?
Apparently.
No, I'm not.
But like Bobby Fischer, as one of these people who's like the best in the world at chess. And then
until Magnum Carlsen came along.
Well, no,
whatever his name is.
Like Bobby Fischer quit. Like he was just done.
That's right.
And so people kept like, the tournaments kept going on while he was still around. He became kind of like a schizo fringe figure for a while. But there's like a really famous 60 Minutes interview that they did with him, like towards the end of his career, and they found out it was his birthday, and so they have him at a table at a restaurant with like him and then like a chess prodigy, and they're all sitting there, and they bring a birthday cake out to him, and he says like, "What is this?" They're like, "It's your birthday," and he's like, "Take it away, please." It's just this like, I don't know, like this like weird experience of being the best at something and just like devoting your entire career to it. Like he was at the point where he didn't even have a coach. Like most people have a coach who kind of is there even at the highest levels. But he's like coaching himself. He's alone in a motel room, like reading a book of all the games that his opponent had played. And that was just like the way that he did things. I'm like, yeah, that's going to drive you absolutely insane.
Yeah, there's a similar thing happening right now with as pertaining to like the best to ever do something in the world of athletics. LeBron James is like 41 years old, and he led a team to a playoff victory, won a series that he wasn't supposed to win, and everybody's like, how is this even possible? And he did it with, it's the first time in history that a father and son duo won a playoff series together in the NBA, because he's like literally playing on the court with his son. And there's just like no reference point for anything like that.
Yeah. Well, and I was mentioning this, I think yesterday's live stream, but there's a clip of somebody asking like, why are all these rich people perverts? Like what is going on? Like why is all these upper echelon people, why
How
are
did these
they all
perverts get so rich is the better question.
Well, and then the response is XQC, who's like the famous streamer from Canada and like the Quebec area. He's like, there's no late game content. Like once they reach the end of the game, they have to make up stuff to do. Af pushed back and said they were perverts already, but I think there is a sense in which you do kind of have to make up stuff at the end.
Well, you see,
I think you just have to sacrifice.
Excessive wealth is a perversion itself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You have to sacrifice parts of yourself to the idol of mammon to get that much money in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
There's no like, I don't think that there's a innocent, like, because basically I think if you have money, I don't have money, and I'm routinely offered opportunity to give away what little money I have to someone who probably deserves it more than, you know? And so like, I can imagine if you have billions or trillions of dollars, that experience also happens to you. But then, you know, the only caveat I'd say is like the Lord does bless people with wealth. So I'm not trying to, I don't hate wealthy people. You know, I know a lot of wealthy people in there.
I think for the most part, those aren't the people at the very, very top, though. I think that's kind of
right.
Yeah, that's the difference.
You know, but there is still the kind of caveat of King Solomon, you know, and I mean, maybe he would. I mean, the argument could be made that he had a little bit of perversion in him, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's a little bit.
I mean, some are saying.
Yeah. First time hearing about it.
Hey, all I'm saying was he was married to at least half of them. Okay.
King Solomon, yeah, wisest man ever. Son of David. King Solomon. Could be. I think if King Solomon was a pervert, I would have heard about it.
I mean, he did write the horniest book in the Bible.
He did. I was trying to think of a joke
we
for
probably
that,
shouldn't speak ill of him. Yeah, that's just true.
Yeah.
You know, what did the Puritans say? He writes straight lines with crooked sticks. That probably applies.
Yeah. Is there an inverse correlation to straight up the line, the cricket or the stick?
Don't think so. I think that people want it to be that, right?
Right. Yeah. So it's the holy fool maxim. If I do this on purpose really, really hard, that means that I can game the system.
Yeah.
It's like,
You won't
well,
you won't
you
get
gotta help
holier
the
by trying to
equation.
be a fool.
Right.
It's worked so
You
far.
put all
Okay.
your attention, if you put all of your attention and strength, will into becoming a fool, I'm sorry, you will not have reached the level of holy fool. You'll just be really good at being a fool.
Which, I mean, getting
Holy,
good is the form of wisdom. But you
right?
know, also there's the proverb: play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
True.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, as a funny person, I also have read Ecclesiastes. You know, like it's still vanity. The end of Ecclesiastes is not. Oh, I guess I should have been a fool the whole time. Should have just been jester maxing.
I do like how there's a certain sense in which Ecclesiastes ends, and there's a person who kind of comes in and they're like, okay, we kind of need to save this ship, so we're gonna like put a cap on
Yeah.
this that says otherwise. And I love how whenever a preacher goes through that book, they kind of lean on that and they're like, yep, like that's the cap. There's nothing really important in the rest of the book. It's just the ends that's really important. And you can just ignore the part that comes before that.
Yeah, I remember having a bit of a epiphany as a young teen that the preacher at the beginning of the sermon on Ecclesiastes was basically like, "This is the wisest man that ever lived." And then later on, he basically did the move that you're talking about, Noah, and was basically like undercut the whole point of the book. And I was like, why am I trusting this pastor who at the beginning of the story or the beginning of the sermon said that this guy was like way, way wiser than him. And now he's like critiquing the guy that's wiser than him. That doesn't make any sense. But I hadn't gone through anything yet. So really,
I avoided
like I had
Ecclesiastes
a leg
for a
up.
long time because my dad had said something along the lines of, I love you, Dad, by the way, if you're watching. He had said something
Shouts out.
along shout out to Papa Foxman or whatever.
Yeah, shout out to Papa Fox.
What's
Fun Pop.
But he
What's higher than a president?
Wait, what's higher than a president?
Would this be an Emperor Foxman?
No, it's like a George Senior, George Jr.
Oh yeah,
situation.
Okay.
Foxman Senior. There you go.
Emeritus. What's
Emeritus? Yeah.
But
I think it's just you're always a president. But anyway, go ahead.
But he said something along the lines of like, if Ecclesiastes is as if an atheist wrote a book of the Bible, and so I was like, oh, I won't never read that. I don't need to read that. And then I found it, and then I was like, this is the best book of the Bible. What are we talking about right now?
Well, I mean, like I kind of think there is something to that, and that there's the book, and then there's the front around the book.
Mm-hmm.
I'm cool with that read, where he basically like, shoot, it's like one of those like watch along. It's like a reaction video in book form, where she's like, let's see what this dumbass has to say. I heard pretty good things about this Nietzsche fellow or something, and just kind of like reading through and like, and at the end he's just like, yeah, pretty smart guy, but you know. Like a few addendums, like a few footnotes here.
Yeah. I think for me it was like seeing myself represented in a book of the Bible for the first time. Like I felt like I found a character that I'm like, oh, I relate to this guy. Like I felt the things that he's feeling in some way, shape, or form. I don't really relate to David so much, but you know, this guy who is saying that everything feels pointless. I get behind that guy.
Okay. I'm getting ready to kind of put David as a character to juxtapose with Hamlet, and I kind of want to read the Psalms as, I guess, David's soliloquies when he's alone, away from everybody else. Because he kind of famously, like, he never speaks privately in like the narrative books. Like he is always speechifying in some sense. There's always somebody watching. And so the question is, what kind of kayfabe is he playing? That's as the reading goes along. But I feel like that'll be a fruitful juxtaposition.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, I haven't. Have either of you listened to the first or the Jess, Yosef, and who else was a
That
part of it?
estuary one on Job.
No, no. They recently did a
Oh,
video
the
on Ecclesiastes.
Oh,
I think just
no,
the
I
first
haven't done
chapter.
either.
Oh, we should probably not say anything because everything we're saying, they're probably going to be like, actually, in the Hebrew, it's quite optimistic. We'll have to be like, damn it.
I was kind of blown away. I didn't get very far in the Jess, Yosef, and Sherry on Job, but Yosef was like, "Yeah, no, I haven't really read this book much." I'm like, what? What?
I mean,
But I mean,
I don't know.
the book we
I
have
grew up
is
in the
too big
church.
for one person.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the church and reading Bible and stuff, and it was, the Book of Job wasn't particularly high on the list of stuff I read as a child. But I think once I got into my teens, yeah, you're gonna be hard pressed to. Actually, I had a really good Bible teacher. So I went to a Christian private school, and my Bible teacher in middle school, who actually there's a lot of interesting things that I still remember that he taught me. But he was the one who first walked us through Job and kind of put before the class the kind of existential angst of like, basically all the stuff Jess always talks about with Job being upright and this not being a punishment for him doing wrong. And the kind of, he was a Presbyterian, so kind of reformed. And so the point of Satan having to ask God for permission to mess with Job. And then yeah, I mean, just I guess I guess I don't need to go through the whole book of Job, but there's a lot of insights that I remember specifically coming from him. Another one I remember coming from him was he showed a light onto the
And we'll have linked up the whole
passage where the disciples are basically asking why Jesus always uses parables. And I remember it because me and everybody else in the class thought that the point of parables was to make things more understandable. So he was keen to point out that no, the point is not to make the parable easier to understand.
Well, this is like
only a certain person understands it.
This is like the Metamorphosis review by Richard Dawkins.
No,
where he's like, if this is an allegory, it's not a very good allegory.
When I taught the parables to middle schoolers, I first off started by showing them a video of an octopus trying to get peanut butter out of a sealed peanut butter jar, which is a thing that you do when you have an octopus in a tank with a bunch of other creatures, because you got to keep the octopus busy, while otherwise we'll steal the other creature's food before they can get to it. And so you find a
Makes
puzzle,
sense.
and the octopus also is smart enough and handy enough that it'll get it open eventually.
Yeah, I've watched those videos for sure.
Oh gosh.
So wait, what was the point that was kind of
basically,
what?
Basically it wasn't a perfect analogy, but the idea of no, he's locking it inside of the peanut butter jar and it's kind of like forcing you to work to get at it. The struggle is part of understanding the meaning of the thing.
Okay.
That's interesting to me. Oh wait, we're still streaming on YouTube. I forgot. Thank you for hosting us, Noah.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm going to actually hop out of this chat and I will finish this cutscene and end the stream. Thank you guys both for joining. I said to my wife that I was going to be done at 6 and it is no longer 6. And I still have a cutscene to finish. So. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, what time is it?
6:46.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm way over, so I need to get things moving. But feel free to keep talking in this chat.
I said hi, and yeah. Enjoy that sushi.
Thank you.
And your pre-sushi snack also.
Yes.
Assuming your octopus boy has these already.
Okay. Thank you both.
Uh,
Okay. Okay, guys. We're gonna do this. We're gonna finish this up.
Reestablish our connection with the network.
And we're off.
I'm still here. I'm just gonna turn that off.
The currents just went crazy. I've lost track of my hand. It's gone.
Are we caught in a surge?
I don't know. There shouldn't be any other currents in our vicinity.
Unidentified object approaching.
Everyone brace for impact. What's wrong?
The rudder's unresponsive.
I think something's dragging us.
The connection to my hand has been severed somehow. Right now, I'm flying blind.
Dolman, do you sense anything?
No, it's not a BT.
Well, something's still pulling us down.
Much deeper and the ship's hull won't be able to handle the pressure.
Evasive action.
Out of the way, Kitty! It's no good. Can't.
I'm still here.
Free.
Don't worry.
Discharge tar ballast. Rapid ascent. Now!
Too risky. We have no idea where we're going to surface.
We have no choice. Open blast shields.
If we don't do something, it'll crush us.
Oh. That is...
Hold it. Damn. Hardly a repatriate, but I'm immortal enough. Damn. When'd you start rolling with such a big crew, Sam? Settle. Settle. Unless you want me to blow her head off. Well. You roll back the clock and that old time fall soaked hide of yours, huh? You know I'm only here to get revenge on you and Sam. The rest of y'all I really have no quarrel with, so, you know, you let me keep the two of them and y'all can fuck off. No?
all want to die together. Except for the fact Sam's a repatriate, so can't really share in your sad fate. But before I pop him, he gets to watch me kill all y'all.
Does Buddy shred? Boy, does he shred. We'll have to show you, Carlotta. The allegory is strong with this one. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. CW. Oh. What?
What the fuck? A ghost mech? So he's what? Mecha Higgs?
Sir, this is fine. But I don't break that easy. So be it. It's gonna be that way. Y'all could all go down with the ship.
It's all up to you, Sam.
No time to waste. Let's head out, Sam.
Sam, it looks like that thing coiled around the Magellan is some sort of giant ghost mech. You're our only hope of freeing the ship from its grasp. Gear up and get ready to head out. If you can get it to let go and draw it away from us, we should be able to provide fire support. We're counting on you, Sam.
Get a couple of these. I'll get some more of these shotguns. I think it's a good place to start, and we'll maybe get another one of those. Oh gosh. I'll do another couple of those and a couple of these. PCC, all this stuff. Oh, this is private locker. Okay. That's fine. Throw this in there, throw this in there, throw this in there, throw this in. Private locker. What's on my back? Floating carrier, that can go away too. I think we're pretty good with this. This Amazon sim got real trippy, man. Have you ever seen there's a meme that goes on that's something along the lines of like, the game when you skip a cutscene, make sure you bring your Starlink. the game when you skip a cutscene and you know you're just kind of like talking and having a chill time, and then the next cutscene like the building is on fire and you have to like run out. I'm sure this game has a few moments like that. Okay, let's do this.
Sam, the Magellan is a sitting duck right now. Head out and engage the enemy so we can get some breathing room here.
Okay.
Bloody hell.
There we go.
Engaging.
There we go. Ooh. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay. Oh no. Get me out of here. Okay.
Leave him alone.
Ooh. Oh gosh. Oh no. Okay. Oh, come on.
Opening fire now.
Okay. They're all asking for help, and I don't know if I can help that. It's fine. Duck, dodge, dip, and dive. Indeed.
Just like that, Sam.
Oh. Okay. Oh my gosh. Get me out of here. Ooh. Okay. There we go. There we go. Oh. Are you injured? I think he's injured. And that's okay. It's okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Taken by Sam. Taken by the Magellan. Okay, we didn't do perfect, okay? But I mean, that's pretty good. You have healing for a reason, okay? If you don't have it, you don't use it.
Great job, Sam. The only reason we're still alive is because you were here to save us. Come back to the ship. You've earned yourself a rest.
Okay. I think that's where we'll call it today. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks CW and Parlato for keeping me company in this last little bit here. Where even are we? We are on the side of a mountain. Off in a random part of the map. Okay. I don't have a way to end anything anymore, so have a good one, everyone. Don't go hollow.